And I feel like, I mean, we'll definitely be coming to check on him again this afternoon, but I feel like it's going to be a long day for Darkmane. But again, incredible show of resilience from an animal. Looking at the photographs of those 15 minutes yesterday, I don't know how he survived the night. And yet, here he is, resilient as always. You know, it's mind-blowing. Just shows you it really is survival of the fittest. It's goosebump worthy to think that that's what he went through, and here he is. But I hope he manages to get some decent rest today and that he manages to stay hidden in the shade. That is ideal. And hopefully the other lions aren't too far away as well. We don't know where they are. No one's found them this morning. But maybe they'll do a loop and come back. And hopefully we can give you a better update this afternoon on his condition once we come back and check on him. But thank you so much to everybody for joining us for this morning's sunrise safari. It was a fairly lucky one all round, with lions with Chris, lions with Andrew, Darkmane here, of course our family reunion as well with the hyenas, and all of the very interesting plants and insects and everything else in between. We will be out and about again this afternoon from 3:30 p.m. Central African time, but if you want to keep it wild between now and then, you can stay tuned for Escape to Nature, which starts just after the sunrise safari. But for now, from me and Chris and the rest of the team, we will see you a little bit later. Thank you again for joining us, and wherever you are, have a great day or night, and we look forward to updating you later.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to a beautiful green Mashatu. And thank you so much for joining us today on Escape to Nature. My name is Lisa. I will be your waterhole naturalist at Djuma, as well as Mashatu, and then of course Okokoyo, and then hopefully we'll be joined by some of our other naturalists as well today. But I am just in absolute awe right now. I mean, I was gone for a mere 3 days, and Mashatu has, in my opinion at least, completely transformed to an absolute beautiful green landscape, and it's just stunning. It looks so fresh. So we did have a herd of elephants already this morning, probably like a good, I would say, 45 minutes ago. So hopefully they will come back again later today, a couple of times if they like. And I just had 2 spur-winged geese as well, but they, of course they took off as well. I'm pretty sure these animals know when we start and when we end our, our safaris. But nonetheless, that's all right. Hopefully we'll see a lot of beautiful things today. And we'll have a lot of promising sightings and interactions today. So of course, as always, this is completely live and interactive. So please do send me your questions, comments, anything you might like to know throughout the day or comment on, whether it's about myself, the water holes, the different locations, the animals. Of course, we love hearing from all of you because this is your safari after all, and we really, really want to know what you would like to see, like to hear about, and like to learn about, of course. That's the beauty about all of this. We are not just being entertained, we are being educated simultaneously as well. And not just all of you beautiful people, us as naturalists as well, and the Wild Earth team. We are educated on a daily basis, which is really, really, really probably the best thing about this. Jamie Lee, good morning, and thank you so much for getting in touch with us. You are saying excited to escape into nature. Thank you so much, as am I. I do believe it's going to be a beautiful day. As I said, I'm just so grateful I did get to see some elephants already this morning. And hopefully they do return. But it seems like it's going to be a beautiful sunny day. So hopefully, the heat pushes the animals to the water hole. But speaking of heat, let's see what's going to happen with the weather today in our different locations. Well, it does seem like we're going to have a pretty fair and sunny day at most of our water holes, at least. Amakala and Kariga looks a little bit overcast, but that's right. As we always say, we never know what the weather is really going to do. And hopefully we'll see a lot of beautiful things today. But I'm hoping specifically here in Mashatu, last week was a very quiet week. So I'm really, really, really excited to see what today will bring specifically at Mashatu. But of course, our beautiful Okokoyo and Djuma as well. And yes, please do let me know what you are hoping to see today. I'm really hoping that we see our little warthogs at Djuma. I'm not sure if there has been an update on them yet, but hopefully we will get to see them, which will be absolutely awesome. The 3 little piglets in Djuma. And yes, hopefully those spur-winged geese will come back. That's a first for me. As I said, of course, they took off as soon as we started Escape to Nature, but you never know. And from my side, I know I was not part of the safaris with Dark Mane and all of that, but I have been keeping very much updated with all of it, and I've actually checked a lot of social media as well, just to sort of see what our community's thoughts on it are. And I really just want to say thank you to each and everyone who's really been so supportive. And at the end of the day, yes, it is nature, but thank you for sympathizing with the naturalists as well, because it's never easy. We never become desensitized to these sort of things. So from my side, as I said, I was not personally involved, but I would just, on behalf of Wild Earth and the naturalists, like to thank everyone who's really just sent their best wishes and their kind words and everything. And hopefully he will get better, but we will just have to see. Ooh, what is that? A terrapin? Kevin, you would like to know, do animals smell water to be able to reach the different water holes? Yes, absolutely. I'm going to get back to that swimming in the water now. But yes, absolutely, they do. Animals are super, super, super tuned in with all of their senses. They smell, their hearing, their sight, everything. So they definitely do smell water, yes. And again, animals are so, so, so intelligent. This is why I just wish we could be a little bit more like animals with regards to that, because they are just, of course, it's a lot of instincts as well. It's a lot of lessons taught over generations as well, you know, where the different locations are geographically for them. But definitely they do smell water. We've got some terrapins chilling on the rocks. Just taking it easy. Just want to see what that was swimming in the water, as I am not sure if it was a terrapin or something else. Oh, I cannot tell you how excited I am about Mashatu right now. It is so, so green and just becoming lush in its own right. Not like Djuma, you know, where we see in the Greater Kruger. It's very, very bush and dense. But this is just an absolute beautiful scene for me right now. As I say, summer is my favorite time of the year. I love all of the seasons, but specifically summer, everything just completely transforms, and it really, really has, as I say, just in these past couple of days that I have not been here. It is a terrapin. Leanne, you are asking if terrapins can survive outside water. So, I mean, they can traverse between water holes, but they are water dependent. So they can definitely traverse between in and around water holes. Specifically in this season, you'll see them a lot on roads and stuff. You have to be extra careful in the summertime. So they can, but not for an extended period of time. Just want to see what this birdie is. I'm not sure. Where did it go? Birdie! It looks like a crake, but I'm not sure. Yes, it is a black crake. This black bird jumping around. I haven't seen one in a very long... Ooh! My friend, where's your flippers? Can't just jump over water and not be prepared. I've actually not seen a black crake in quite some time, and it's not a uncommon bird to see, but this will definitely be a first for me, at least that I've been able to see up close. It's gonna make friends with the terrapin. So these black birds, I don't know what he's doing right now, but they eat earthworms, insects, crustaceans, mollusks, seeds. So definitely very, very interesting birds. And like a lot of other birds, they are monogamous. So they do mate for life. I don't know if he's trying to chat up this terrapin, but... I'm going to try to get us a closer look. It might be a little bit tricky, but let me try. So, of course, the terrapins that we see here, if you're not sure what a terrapin is, it's basically a freshwater turtle. Just to, obviously there's a lot more to it, but just to give you like sort of a basic explanation of it. So what these guys do is, for the most part, they bask in the sun, and then as soon as a water hole becomes active with a lot of animals, you know, coming to wallow, coming to drink, they will actually eat off the insects and everything off of the animals. Now, what's very interesting, I haven't seen this behavior. It seems like the crake is actually feeding off the terrapin. So it might be that the terrapin also has like small parasites and stuff on it. Yes, you can definitely see it's going for the... It's almost like he stuck out his leg. It's like, there you go. Now the other leg, now the other one. Very interesting. So again, it just shows you how everything in nature is interlinked. All of these animals do help each other in some sort of way. When they do not feed on each other, they sometimes do feed off of each other as well. So very, very cool. So often you'll see like specifically with a big herd of buffalo, if they come to a water hole, they wallow, they sort of stand in the water to cool off. You'll often see terrapins going to their legs and then eating off the different ticks and parasites and everything. Much like an oxpecker. Just awesome. I love these birds. They are really, really pretty as well. It's like a completely black bird, and then it's got these... Ooh, you're in a hurry. They've got like these red legs and a sort of a yellow beak. It's not a very big bird, as you can see. Jeez, Speedy Gonzales. He truly is in such a hurry. I just want to take a further look away. I'm not sure if something actually chased it away. Good morning. Wow, we're getting a lot of bird action today. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Just trying to determine, it's a little bit tricky with this light, if this is a cattle egret, or perhaps it's a little bit tricky, as I said, just to get a closer look at it. And that's the thing with birds. Before you call it, that's a lesson I've been taught many a times, and I'll probably never stop learning. Before you call it, make sure. Because with birds, much like the egrets now, they might have a certain coloration to the eyes, or they might have a different bill or beak coloration. And that too changes, with them from being juveniles up to being in breeding season, etc., etc. So it really is always so important just to double check yourself. But I think this might actually be a little egret. I'm not sure. Again, it's a little bit tricky to see the coloration on the eyes as well as the feet. Just trying to see if he's gonna come stand on the rock, my friend. We would like to discuss you. And then, of course, egrets too. They feed off insects, parasites, stuff like that. Often you'll see them moving along with animals. And then animals, as they move through the grass or through the landscape, they will flush out insects. And then the birds sort of go for that. Rodney, sorry. You would like to know, can terrapins float or sink? Well, when they are not swimming, you do see them sort of submerging under or going underwater. So I would think they sink. I'm not too sure. If you are a terrapin expert, you're more than welcome to let me know. But yes, I would say they go underwater. Because when you see them moving in the water and, they are actually visible for us to see, they are physically swimming. So two very, very interesting creatures when we look at them right now. Both of them do belong in the ecosystem with a symbiotic relationship to one or other animal. So the terrapins, for instance, they would belong to mutualism, as we call it. As I said, when they feed off buffaloes, other animals that are wallowing or coming to drink water, of course, by eating the ticks and the parasites off of those animals, they actually cleanse them in the process. They're getting fed, the animal's getting cleansed. So it's a mutual relationship. With the egrets, as I explained now, often you'll see them moving with animals. Now, because they are not harming the animals, they are not affecting the animal's behavior or anything about their daily routine. That is what we would refer to as commensalism, where one benefits and the other party is neither harmed nor benefits. Just want to take a look and see what else is around. Ozzy, you would like to know if all terrapins are black in color. So they are not really black. They just get that coloration from being in the water. Just like us, as soon as you go into the water, your hair seems darker. So they are actually sort of like I refer to it as a brown khaki color. But yes, for the most part, they have that darker coloration to them. Also due to the fact that they do love to sunbask. So, of course, being reptiles, they are ectothermic and they need to get their heat, which is what they're doing now from outer resources. Oh, there you are, little Craig. This seems to be the hot spot today. I love it. As I said, I'm very, very thrilled for anything in Mashatu because we did have a fairly quiet week last week. Not quiet, I'm not a fan of referring to a safari as quiet, but less action-filled, less animal sightings, we'll say. And I'm also very curious to know if we have any baby animals yet in Mashatu. Come on, terrapin! Put yourself in 4x4. Oh gosh, I wouldn't be able to do that. I can't even do that and I have hands. Let us take a look-see and just see what else is around. And if any of you are joining us for the very first time on an Escape to Nature today, just to give you an idea of what it's all about, we take things super easy. And I can't really say that because I get excited about everything and then I shout everyone deaf, but we really do love just taking some time listening to the different noises, the sounds, just taking some moments of silence just to completely appreciate nature. I don't know about any of you, but this truly is therapy for me. I'll get back to our birds and our terrapins in just a sec. Oh man, I am so happy. It's literally been 3 days and everything. There was a little bit of greenery, but not this much. I'm so happy right now. No animals coming around yet to drink some water, but I will keep an eye, as always, on our water holes and our feathery friends. But speaking of which, I'm going to send you to Rolf, who apparently also has some feathery friends.
Hello and welcome to the Kariega Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. My name is Ralph Kirsten and we are escaping to nature next to the Scotia Dam on the eastern side of the reserve. And over the last few days we have had a wonderful few visits from these particular birds. Now, not the one on the right and not the one in the foreground. The one on the right is an Egyptian goose, the one in the front a blacksmith lapwing. But the bigger bird is a spur-winged goose, and they are wonderful birds. I've just watched it having a bird bath in the water, and so now it's getting down to a little bit of preening, as are the other two. The Egyptian goose standing on one leg and the blacksmith lapwing as well. So it's all a little bit about self-maintenance right now. And if we're lucky, you may see the spur-winged goose spread its wing, and if you look closely, actually, you can see it already. That spur, just where the white is on the wing, you can see that little spike. That is why they are called spur-winged geese, and they use that to fight against each other. And these particular birds as well, they have an affinity to eat blister beetles, so they acquire a lot of toxin in their bodies, and it is said that their meat as a result is poisonous. So not a good idea to eat them, but they are used also because of that in traditional medicine. But lovely to see. They are the largest goose that we have, and it is a true goose, although the Egyptian goose is not. It's more closely related to ducks. And when you look at or listen to the calls of the difference between geese and ducks, well, ducks quack and geese honk. However, the spur-winged goose doesn't do either. It's got a little squeak. So like our rhino, who are massive animals and one of the largest of all the land mammals, they've also got a very diminutive little squeaky call. Well, the largest goose that we have is very similar because it's got a little squeak too. but nice to see. And the other day there was about 3 of them here. They just visit and then off they go again. We do have quite a lot of visitors that come to this dam because we're not far from the Kariega River or the Bushmans River, so there's a lot of waterways in the region, and they do move between them, and then sometimes they just stop over here at this little dam.
This is what I love about lionesses.
So 3 different species, all on the same little island, but all doing the same thing. Big, medium and small. So Jesse, yes, normally they do. They can travel in groups of between 10 and 20. So it's not very usual to see just one on its own. They do pair up when they breed, and that's generally when you see them on their own or in pairs. But more so, you see them in groups of. When I first saw them here, I think there were 5 of them. But as I say, you can see much more than that. They are gregarious, they are a social bird. But also nice just to see the relativity in size from the blacksmith lapwing to the Egyptian goose, which is a rather large bird, to the much bigger spur-winged goose. Going through all those feathers with a fine tooth comb which it has on the bill. It's very important for birds to do feather maintenance. Obviously it's their mode of travel, and it's important to have it all well placed, well oiled, nice and clean. And they're taking it very seriously, it seems. So Amanda, they do migrate in small patches. They don't sort of do the big migrations that you would have from the likes of the yellow-billed kites and the swallows and the red-footed falcon. They will just move between watercourses. So they don't sort of shift of hemisphere. But they do migrate between different water points. So, for instance, you may have areas in the Okavango Delta that when it's a very wet period, they will move into those parts, and then when it dries up in the lower parts of the delta, they maybe fly up to the Zambezi or up to the Kavango River into the channel, etc. So there are those kinds of movements, which is still migratory, but on a smaller scale, and more so to do with the resources, not so with the changing of seasons, etc. They seem to be competing for who can stand on one leg the best. Looks like the Egyptian goose is winning for now. Incredible balance. When you look at the shape of the Egyptian goose, and obviously the spur wing, but we can see the Egyptian goose, that almost defies logic, how its leg is way off on the right, body not falling over to the left, and maintaining its balance perfectly. It doesn't seem right. It should be falling over. The spur-winged goose has got a different style. He just sort of hangs it out the back, but still off the ground. Oh, there we go. I suppose he does have a lot more weight to counterbalance and a much bigger leg. Shots of that. No, the Egyptian goose is over that game. Maybe he thinks it's too easy. They are pretty shy as well, are the spur-winged geese. Unlike the Egyptian geese, you don't really find them around urban dwellings, etc. And even this guy, when he landed, which is still sort of 20-30 meters away from me, he got spooked by me and then flew over to the island. I think he just wanted to get a bit more ground in between us. So quite shy birds, even though they are the largest of all the geese. They don't like human activity and so on. They don't hang around. It's also one of the reasons why it's a little bit more tricky to spot them. That's what makes them special as well. the Egyptian geese are so common that obviously we sort of overlook them a lot because there's so many of them and they live in amongst urban dwellings, and yeah, we get to see them a lot and close, so take them for granted a bit, but not so the spur-winged goose. There you see his spur perfectly. Wow. Jenna, they do, don't they? I was going to say, it's they're sort of modeling some kind of Olympic sport, but yeah, ballet, gymnastics, something along those lines. It looks like it's in freeze frame as it was running, and he's just kept that back leg out. There, now he brings it up. It's calling now. Little squeaks, and off it goes. And he's going to keep going. I think with that calling that he was doing, he may have heard some others off in the distance down towards the Kariega River. That's where he's flown towards, so I think he may be going to join his pals. He just came for a quick pit stop here at the Scotia Dam, had a bit of a wash. Maybe he wanted some fresh water, because there in the Kariega River it's quite saline, salty, and maybe he wanted to wash a bit of that off. Now we're back to where our mommy hippo should pop up somewhere there with her little baby. And a little earlier there was a terrapin on her back, and the little hippo was next to it as well, so the terrapin didn't seem to mind that mommy's got a baby and climbed on her back. Right, so let's see if mommy and baby come up. I'm sure they will at some stage, but they might hold their breath for quite a while. Anyway, I'm not moving from the Scotia Dam, but for now, let's go and see what's happening at Djuma.
Thank you, Rolf, and good morning. Looks like we are both on spur-winged geese this morning. However, mine took off before I could show anyone. So we are currently at Gowrie Dam on the Djuma Dam Cam. But I am just busy observing some impala. I'm just trying to figure out what this is, but it just seems like another impala behind the slope. There we are. It's a boy! I just want to catch up with that one female again. Oh, you guys are ruining it for me now. I wanted to show all of you that she is not pregnant, nor does she have a lamb with her. Now the reason for that is she is a tomboy. She's part of a bachelor herd, and thus she probably did not get mated with, I assume. I don't know where she went now, probably just behind the trees. But yes, this is a bachelor herd of impala, so none of them have harems yet. However, that being said, it does happen where some of these bachelors will actually sneak in during the mating season to different harems, and they will also mate with females. And then in this season that we currently find ourselves in, then we do a little bit of a reality check with them, and then get to reveal that you are not the father. Unfortunately, we then have to inform the male that is in charge of that harem that he is not the father. No, I'm just kidding, but that does happen. These males will often sneak into different harems and then mate with the different females, but then of course take off again. Because when a male of a harem is busy mating, he literally goes into such a, almost like a rut, and he loses condition. That's his only priority, is just to mate. So it's almost like they forget to eat, they forget to do anything else, they just mate. So they are not as healthy looking, you could say, during that season. And then you will have these sneaky males that also have some fun, but then of course take off. So I'm not sure where our female went now. But as I said, from what I could see at least, she's not pregnant, nor does she have a little one with her. There you are. She's just here behind the bush. Hi, beautiful. Yes, I'm sure all of you have seen by now many pregnant impalas who have not dropped their lambs yet. So, from what I can tell, again, I do not know her personally, but from what I can tell, she's not pregnant. And unless she did give birth and she did have a lamb, it's not with her from what I can see. But she's just chilling with the boys. Reminds me a lot about myself. I have way more male friends than I do females. But I think it's because of my my career choice. When I started in this industry, it was more male dominant or dominated. And so I have a lot of guy friends. Jeez, they are blending right in with the bush. I just want to have a look and see if anything is at the actual water hole. I can hear our woodlands kingfisher, of course, teasing me as always. I have not yet been able to put a kingfisher or the woodlands kingfisher on screen for all of you yet, but my time will come. I know it, maybe today, you never know. But of course our Egyptian geese are present as always here at Djuma. And I really do hope we see our little warthogs again. As I mentioned we saw them last, to my knowledge, we saw them last on Sunday. So there's 3 tiny warthogs that we've seen twice here at Gowrie Dam now, and they've got 3 adults with them. So hopefully they are still alright, they are still okay, and they will come say hi today. Sammy, I believe it is. You would like to know, will Egyptian geese eat bugs? So for the most part, they forage for seeds and pods which they'll find on the ground. Sorry, I lost my my words there a little bit. But I have actually seen Egyptian geese, funny enough, at Egyptian Goose on my previous reserve, eat bugs. So it can happen, definitely, yes. A lot of animals will take a lot of... I don't want to... Ooh, was that our... I just want to make sure. A lot of animals will actually, during this time, this season, will take advantage of absolutely everything that is around. So whether it's extra nutrients in seeds and pods, whether it's fruit, whether it's insects. Sorry, I'm just trying to see. I think I saw a woodlands kingfisher. I could be wrong, but I do think so. You can tickle me though if I know where it went. I think I definitely saw him. Maybe it's just wishful thinking, me wanting to see a kingfisher so bad. But I'm not sure if you guys saw that. Did you see that blue flash? I do think that was our beautiful kingfisher. Just give me a second. I just want to have a look and see if I can find our kingfisher. If that was in fact him. Susie, you are wanting to know if a duck's bill can be regenerated or repaired when it's cracked or been harmed in some sort of manner or chipped. I'm not too sure, to be honest with you. I wouldn't be able to tell you purely because I don't have experience with it. But I'm sure to some extent it must. Animals, as we speak about, often are super adaptable to their environment, their circumstances. So I think to some extent it probably would be able to. But even if it does not, even if it is not, they'll definitely be able to adapt to it. Darcy Miller, thank you. You are saying that the kingfisher went behind the log. Which one? The area we were in, or which log are you referring to? Let me just double check again. But thank you. You are now confirming that it was not wishful thinking. There was actually a kingfisher. Kingfisher. That's alright. I'll keep my eye open for it. At least we more or less have an idea now where to look for it. But of course they can move. So, but I will just keep looking for him. Thank you so much, Darcy Miller, for seeing it with me. Alrighty. Well, we will keep an eye on Gowrie Dam on the Djuma Dam cam. But in the meantime, let us see what is happening at Okokoyo. We've got a beautiful oryx, as always. I'm sure many of you that are familiar by now with Escape to Nature as well as Okokoyo itself will know this is a fairly common species to see here in Namibia. And I myself have actually never seen one in the wild, so that is still on my bucket list. I have seen one in real life, but it was not in the wild. And funny enough, it was actually in the United States. Beautiful, beautiful antelope this. Also known as the gemsbok in Afrikaans. And they love being in the water. Specifically from what I've observed here at Okokoyo, they'll literally stand in the water as deep as they can just to cool off as much as they can. They've also got a very cool set of veins or system of veins, I want to say, in their nasal region to actually help circulate blood even better, just to regulate their temperature and their actual heads not overheating. So very, very fascinating animal, this one. And so pretty. Oh, I cannot wait to photograph my first gemsbok in real life. Danny, you are saying the reflection looks like a painting. Absolutely. Oh, I love any reflection in the water and at any location, whether it's here at the beautiful Okokoyo or Mashatu or Djuma or literally anywhere. My former lodge I used to work at, we had a very, very special activity where we got to see a group of elephants walking past like a specific water hole. And specifically now in the summer, this is also my favorite thing about this season. The sunsets are insane. Hopefully I will get to show you a beautiful sunset this afternoon in Okokoyo. But the reflection on the water, because sometimes you have a perfect reflection as we have now, and other times you just have sort of the silhouette, which makes it absolutely beautiful. So specifically this one as well, just with the beautiful facial markings, the horns. Just want to see, something seems to be... Hi little grebes.
Amakhala, a wonderland of natural beauty. Now you can experience it for yourself at the Amakhala Safari Lodge, the perfect safari getaway where luxury meets nature seamlessly. Enjoy poolside peacefulness and exhilarating safari drives by day and fine dining with fireside coziness by night. Sign up to be an explorer and you could stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the Amakhala Safari Lodge.
So the constant hissing sound we can hear in the background, those are cicadas, which is also known as a sun beetle. Also another one of my favorite things about summertime, you can just hear them all around, and sometimes it can be so overbearingly loud. And they actually make that sound by either rubbing their wings or their legs together. It's not a vocal sound that they make. And of course, last week we had 3 lions here in Okukoyo, the Umbika Pride, as I was informed. And over the weekend, sorry, not over the weekend, over the week, I was also informed by one of our wildlife enthusiasts, Elise, that one of them is actually a young male. So I'm really looking forward to, hopefully getting to learn all of these different dynamics of the herds, the prides, everything about the animals. Because that would be super, super interesting to sort of get to know, those 2 females with a potential 1 young male, and just see what will happen. And in my time with Wild Earth, I've only had a mere 2 sightings of lions here in Okukoyo. The one was last week, and then the other one was probably a good 2-3 months ago, but it was at night time, and I do believe it was the same pride. We've got a couple of kurus coming down now, so you'll see they all actually make their way onto this game path, and then they come down with that. Which seems like a lot of effort. I'm one of those people, I take all of the all of my grocery bags all at once. Even if I have 8 bags or whatever in my hand, I don't like walking twice. So this method that they are using is not working for me. I would just walk through the rocks and cut cake, as we call it. In Afrikaans sê ons snykoek, which means you take a shortcut. But again, they do trust those game paths. It tells them a lot of things by, smells, pheromones, scents that they pick up. And again, that is a path that has already been cleared. So even though they are hoofed animals, it will be a bit easier for them because they don't have to go through the rocks. It's a simpler path. Oh, and as always, it really is just so beautiful with all the noises, the sounds. This is why I love that we call it escape to nature, because you literally are just escaping. Losing yourself in the noises and the sounds and everything about nature. I wish we could actually be sitting here, all of us, in a camp chair and literally just smell everything that's going on. Because that too is one of the best things about summertime, is all of the different smells you get from the different plants and trees and fruits and flowers. And then of course you can smell the rain as well as soon as it's gonna rain or it's already rained. Come on, kudos. Why are you not coming to the water? It seems like it's going to be a hot day here in Okokoyo. However, with the clouds, it might stay a little bit overcast. Sorry, I thought I saw something by the tree line. But yes, hopefully we'll get a lot of activity here at Okokoyo. I'm not sure what these kudu are doing. Are you coming or are you not coming? What's happening? Alright, but while I very patiently wait for the ladies and of course observe all of our different water holes, I'm going to send you back to Rolf, who is also still at his water hole.
So, just doing a little bit of bird watching because it's a little bit quiet, and well, that's how it goes in the bush, in the wild, in the nature. It doesn't always present itself as you would like, but that's part and parcel of escaping to nature. Now I'm just watching this Cape Cormorant who's having a bit of a snooze, but it's impressive how when I first came here, it was about a month and a half ago when I started with the photonaturalist position, just sitting here next to Scotia Dam, and this particular individual was a juvenile then, and he had a very speckled neck and belly, but has now matured into a fully fledged adult. So lovely to see. Every now and then you do get to see his head as well when he pokes it out. But well, I've also been just watching the mommy hippo bob up and down with her little baby. They've been spending quite a lot of time underwater. So this is also one of the reasons why you need to be careful when you go to anywhere where there are hippos. You know that there's hippos around because you wouldn't know it if you had to look at this dam right now, that there are hippos in the water, and also that they only arrived here 3 days ago. So you could say, oh, there's no hippos here, that's fine, we'll go for a little swim. And when you go in the water, you'll have an almighty surprise. There they are. Just get little glimpses of them, and a little bit earlier there was a terrapin on the mommy's back as well, hitching a ride. So most of the time just watching water. You can see the outline in the water there. Such a cute little guy, and I'm sure we're going to get to see it in the next few days coming out of the water. We might get lucky today that it is a bit cooler. She might decide it's time to go out and maybe try and warm up a bit, but maybe that water's warm. I haven't put my toe in it to check. It's not freezing, but there is a cool breeze and it's overcast. So it's probably somewhere around 20 degrees or so Celsius. So Jan, no, this is purely fresh water, and it is pretty much filled up by the rain. So if this overflows, it will run down into the little tributary that runs into the Kariga River, which is a salty river. It is an estuary, but here where we are, we're right at the point where it changes between salty and fresh water. And it's funny because a lot of the rangers often speak about how where they go to one spot on the river, which is here on the reserve, and if they cast to the right, they'll catch sea fish, so like stumpnose, grunter, garrick or leervis, sometimes even little shad that also come up the river. Those are all sea fish, and if they cast to the left, they catch freshwater fish, such as catfish, kerper or tilapia, and bass. So it's a bit of a mixed grill. And so it's obviously the point where the freshwater mixes with the salt water. So we're right at that point. But this particular dam not affected by that. It would have to flow up a little tributary that we have, that this dam flows into, and push back. It's not impossible. We've seen it with the big floods that there was, I think that was around 2012, where a lot of the towns here got flooded, and in particular in Port Alfred, where the Cowie River, because of the amount of rain they had, was swelling. It broke its banks, but then there was also a full moon spring tide and big swell, so it pushed the river back up, and obviously there was a log jam because of all that fresh rainwater that had come down with it bursting its banks, and it then sort of went out over and into town, and so most of the properties within town and on that level went underwater. It also washed away a lot of the jetties, lots of people's boats. So in those times that could have pushed water up, for instance, right the way up here, but yeah, not for now. We need a lot more rain for that to happen and for it to coincide with a spring tide. But that's what's also quite special about this Kariega Game Reserve, is that you'll find a lot of the you can have some of the saltwater prevalent birds that are around the estuary, as well as the birds that normally you find around fresh water. So we have all the kingfishers, from pygmy to malachite, pied, giant, and then you can also have even seagulls and all the different egrets that generally move along the salt water. They come through here as well. We had the African spoonbill. You can even expect on the rare occasions to have flamingos that may stop in for a quick rest before they fly down towards the salt pans, where they do like to hang around. That's where they feed and nest. So I'm pretty sure that this female hippo, she's just going to use this as a sort of nursery with this little one, having left the pod, which is down in the Kariega River line, and she will most likely return to them, depending on the amount of time she spends here. Yeah, it will maybe be a month or two, maybe less. But I would predict that she's going to hang around here for quite some time. There's lovely grazing for her to have. There's absolutely nothing for her to worry about. So she's chosen the perfect site to come and let her little one have its initial period of growing up. So sometimes we just watch water. There she is again. Anyway, the beautiful blue flowers of the plumbago on the top there. Lots of the animals also feed on that, from elephants to giraffe to kudu, nyala, and even impala. You can hear the black cuckoo calling nicely now. Just do a bit of a scan over the plain. can see those Cape Weaver nests there, just over the water. That's where they generally build their nests, overhanging branches over the water. And that was where, not on this site, but near to the Kariega River, where the head ranger sent me a video of the vervet monkeys grabbing the branches that the nests were in, pulling it towards them and feeding on the little chicks inside the nests. Have you ever seen monkeys eating birds? So very special indeed. Shame for the little chicks, but very interesting to watch monkeys eating birds. Yeah, I've never seen that before. So, and that is Tembi and her calf once again. They've just decided to go for a bit of a snooze, it seems. I doubt whether they're going to be visiting the mud wallow today. It's just not really that weather. So the bird calls dominating now, being the black cuckoo, the southern boo-boo, and all the regulars. There's just a warthog that's run through there in the background, making his way down into the plain, into that bowl that the animals like taking shelter in when the wind gets pretty hectic, coming from the west. It's just stopped now. There's a couple of them there off on the left. They start to graze a bit too. Haven't seen the buffalo for the last few days. The giraffe have been around, but there's none around now. So Denver, yes, hippos can live in saltwater estuaries, absolutely. If you look at the St. Lucia Wildlife Reserve and region there, they love that. They do very well, which is purely saltwater. It's a whole system. There's Farney's Island, Charters Creek, and it's like a whole lake system, but all fed by a saltwater river. And yeah, they do very well. There are lots and lots of hippos. And we've even seen there, when the river's been flowing, the hippos have actually landed out on the beach along with crocodiles. So quite special scenes. And St. Lucia is known for being one of the little towns, small little town. It's all around tourism and fishing. And you go walking in that town at night, and you can pretty much bet that you're going to bump into a hippo. I've been there many times, and each time that I've gone walking, just to go to a restaurant or whatever at night with guests, and we've regularly come across hippos walking in the street. They do like to go and graze on the kikuyu grass that grows alongside the road, in the same places that the cows graze. So you often find them out there, and they can walk many kilometers at night. We found that the hippos there at Amakhala, they were going from the bowl down in the Bushman's River Valley there, up top to where Hlosi is, and it's a very steep climb, and there was the male there that was doing it nightly. He was doing it every night, walking many kilometers and very steep incline, and so it wasn't past him to do that. Go like on patrol, but also to different feeding sites. Just having a look across at the scenery we have here. Animals have become a little bit scarce. Right, so while it's a little bit quiet for us here on the Kariega Game Reserve, being a little bit overcast and grey, I'm going to head you somewhere a little bit busier and probably with no clouds.
Yes, it's sunny. As I said, there is a little bit of cloud cover, but nothing that worries me too much today. So our kudus finally came to the water. I think they seem to have taken the long way around just to make sure nothing is probably around. And then we've also got a wildebeest here. I'm just literally observing and scanning each and every single group of animals because I'm so excited to see baby animals. As many of you would probably know, last week we had our very first zebra foal here in Ukukoyo, and it is by far, in my personal experience, in my career and in my life, the fluffiest and the most black zebra I've ever seen. It was really so special. So I'm just taking a really close look at all of the animals just to make sure, they don't perhaps have a baby amongst them, because just like we've seen with elephants, all of the animals, when they do have babies, they do protect them to the best of their abilities and try and shelter them to the best of their abilities. So often they can actually camouflage very well amongst the adults. Good morning, Mr. Wildebeest. Oh, just so peaceful here this morning. Beautiful male coming down. So often you will see males that are solitary. They just sort of scout the premises and advertise themselves to the ladies. So of course this is the blue wildebeest. In Amakhala we'll see the black wildebeest. Also something I've never actually seen in the wild for myself, to my knowledge at least. I don't want my father calling me saying, "You are lying to people. I've shown you a black wildebeest on safari." But I don't think I've seen a black wildebeest in the wild for myself. But this one we find here in Okukoyo is the blue wildebeest, and this is also your more common wildebeest that you'll see on safari. The animals are very vigilant today. I'm not sure what's happening. I'll take a scan around the waterhole and the surrounding areas as well, but it's almost like they're not being stopped from coming to the waterhole itself, but they do seem very vigilant today. Jimmy, you would like to know if the male wildebeests sacrifice themselves for the group. Not at all. Wildebeests are very odd animals when it comes to, at least from my experience, as we always say, every area is different, every person's experience is different, because animals do whatever they want and whatever their circumstances require from them. But from my experience, at least, it's everyone for themselves sort of game. Even with baby wildebeests, if that youngster doesn't get up soon enough or quick enough to the herd's liking, they will leave it behind, because they can't have that youngster keeping them up and potentially, putting them all at risk for a predator coming to circle or who's lurking about. But no, not at all. There's no chivalry amongst them. None whatsoever. I think for me personally, when it comes to, hunting and defense mechanisms and all of that, my favorite is definitely buffalo. And I'm speaking of animals that could much easier become prey to lions, for instance. Elephants can too, of course, but chances of that happening is very, very rare. But it's possible, but not probable. But my favorite group of animals when it does come to, predators and saving the rest of the herd as well is definitely buffalo, because it's just so incredible how they all unite and how they all attack in unison. There's no thing of, okay, well, I'm confused, I don't know where to be, or everyone scattering in different directions. They know that's the target, they know that's the enemy, and as a group, as a whole, they take that animal on, whether it's a pride of lions or just one lion. Just like we saw, unfortunately, recently. And it's horrible, because you do not, at the end of the day, want to see any animal getting injured. Whether it's a prey, whether it's predator. But at the end of the day, all of these animals do need to survive. And I myself have also had a sighting where a group of buffaloes also charged at a pride of lions who were trying to hunt them. And unfortunately, in the process, the one buffalo picked the lion up, put its horn right through her rib cage and flipped her over the air. So, but with regards to, helping each other when there is a predator around, definitely buffalo would probably be your best at it.
A battle of the ages has begun. Now one guide reigns victorious, the rest covet his crown. Now, backed by popular demand, it's Animal Bingo. It's time for a shot at redemption to become the Safari King or Queen. Scores will be kept on a leaderboard and the ultimate winner will be crowned on Christmas Day. Catch the chaos and contention on every Saturday Sunset Safari. Bingo Saturdays.
Oh, what a beautiful blue sky. But speaking of blue, I've got something blue that I would like to show you that I see on the Djuma Dam cam. So let's head on over there. So this is known as a blow-up or a vervet monkey, directly translated from Afrikaans, blow-up, meaning blue ape. And hopefully this male will show us now. Or now. Or now. No, he did. He was just up, and of course when we got live, he went to sit down. But they've got a very, very beautiful blue coloration to their testicles. And of course that is for attraction purposes, because monkeys can see perfectly in detailed color and everything, so they can actually see that weirdness going on. I'm just hoping there was also a female around with a tiny one attached to her, so we'll look for her now. I just want to see if this male's going to get up. And it's a fairly muscled one, this, I have to say. It's probably one of the most muscled monkeys I've seen in my time. And of course, awesome indicators of predators around, due to the fact that they can actually see, you know, a lion is a lion or a leopard is a leopard or whatever the case is. So they've got a very cool alarm call, which is sort of like a meow, 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 meow. So as soon as you hear that, generally that means hoo-hoo, some predators around. Oh, you silly monkey. Where did you go? Jeez. Just like that, I lost a monkey. There is another one just below this tree as well. You can just see the slight movement every now and again, but there was actually a whole group of them, so they should be scattered around. We'll see if we can find the female with the tiny one just now. I'm not too sure, but it sounds like something's actually fiddling with this damn cam, so I do think it's probably a monkey playing with some wires or something. They tend to do that sometimes. Of course, very, very curious creatures. Cooey. A little bit of grooming going on for the day. Of course, this is how they clean each other, but also this is a form of bonding, definitely. Just like when you see a lioness that's licking her cubs. That is definitely for cleansing purposes, but also a form of bond. I do not know if I would like that. Someone bathing me or cleaning me. Paula, you would like to know what these monkeys like eating. So you'll see them eating flowers, pods, little fruits. But as Rolf mentioned, they do sometimes go the other way as well and also eat tiny birds. I've seen them often, jumping around, catching insects and stuff like that. This is also a good season for them because there's a lot of nutrients around for the animals. But generally, for the most part, you'll see them eating plants and pods and stuff like that. But as I say, in summertime, everything changes for all of the animals. Let me just sit here, get a better view, so I can see your leg. And it's just so scary how similar their reactions and their habits and everything are to humans. Let me see. You said you have something here on your face. I'll have a look for you. You're almost scratching her eyes out. Yeah, see, that would not work for me. As I say with the oxpeckers as well, like that's a massive invasion of privacy and personal space. But this is how they do it. My friends went camping the one time, and apparently there was a very, very neat and organized and obedient vervet monkey. Because as I said, they can see perfectly, so they know exactly what sugar and that sort of stuff looks like. I'm sure a lot of you have seen in campsites as well. And so this monkey would come in at the back door if it was unlocked. It knew exactly how to open the back door. It would come in and it actually ate their bananas, but it literally peeled the bananas and left the, the peel, just there on the counter. It didn't throw it around. It wasn't a messy monkey. It was very, very well trained. So very interesting how these animals can also adapt. Woo! Alrighty. Ugh. Yes, see, this is a... Yes, that would not work for me. No, thank you. It's a no from me. Oh, these animals are so weird. Whew, what is happening? Let me also see. She said she's got a rash, and I'm not sure what is wrong. I'm just trying to figure out, is it from a tree that she got it or a plant that she ate? Ugh. I know this is nature. Do not fret. I do realize this is nature. It's just weird. Very interesting how animals have to go about their days and do what they need to do to survive and help each other. So it might actually be that she has a wound there and that other monkey sees it. That's the closest I'm gonna get us. Bill, you would like to know if a vervet monkey will ever isolate. Yes, definitely. At my first reserve I worked at, there was a very, very aggressive vervet monkey. We are not sure what happened to it or why it's not a part of a group or anything. But definitely, any animal, I guess, to an extent will isolate depending on the circumstances. As I say, a lot of animals, apart from leopards, of course, do prefer being in a group because it's safer that way. And I think to an extent they do realize that, but also it's more helpful. Like if this monkey, for instance, does have an injury, she wouldn't be able to do that by herself. So it is more helpful when you have others around you. Just like humans, we tend to want to do things on our own. I know I, for one, am one of those people. But sometimes it's better, if you're in a group and if you've got support from other people and you can also support people in that manner. You guys are quite entertaining today. Shame that one is like, fine, I'll clean myself. It's literally like they're almost having a conversation. And that one on the termite mound is just like, it's fine. I will help myself. Don't worry about me, guys. It's fine. Craig, you are saying they are having office gossip. Gosh, I hope I don't have to do that when I'm having office gossip. I'm still new to the Wild Earth team, but I really, really do hope we don't do it in that way. Otherwise, I will not be participating. But yes, indeed, they are just chilling together. As I said, it's a rather large group. So they will definitely be looking out for one another. And as soon as one alarm calls, then all of them will get into a treetop. Some of them will actually first stand on their hind legs on the ground to sort of see if they can't get a look at what's happening. And then all of them will try to retreat to safety. Yes, you see, Craig, that is not that is not on for me. That is the literal the literal meaning of kissing behind, or the other word. Oh man, animals are so weird. Why? Like, use your fingers, woman. Sis. And if you actually go research a vervet monkey, they've got rather feisty teeth. So I wonder if it hurts, when they do clean each other in this manner. I guess it doesn't, because you often see them doing this, but I wonder if they sort of accidentally nip each other every now and again. This is very interesting. Looks like they are performing some form of operation or something. Alright, just bear with me. We will get back to them now. I just want to make sure we are not missing anyone at the water hole. You've still got our impalas there in the background. Let's see if our little weirdos are still busy with their weird ritual. This is very, very interesting for me right now. But I will keep observing these funny guys. And in the meantime, I'm going to send you to Rolf, who's got something interesting in Kariga.
So it seems our spurwing goose didn't find its friends, or its friends didn't like him, because he's back. I thought he was actually sitting on top of the bush, that plumbago bush, but he's not. He's in the plain behind it. What happened, buddy? You guys have a disagreement? Who knows? There's a sound that's coming from a thicket, and the baboons were going nuts just now. And there he's moved. Sorry about that. I was just looking off in the other direction because I bumped the camera because I was hearing a crazy sound. The baboons were going crazy, and then I've just heard a dussie now that almost sounds like it's being throttled. So, and it's off in the same direction that that bird was just looking now. Sorry, you caught me in my... when I hear that kind of thing, I get very excited because I want to go rushing off there and go and see exactly what's going on. But it would be pretty much impossible to get into that thicket where I'm hearing that noise is coming from. I wonder if it was a caracal or a leopard. Something has just grabbed a dussie, and I think busy killing it. Anyway. Lots of noises from deep within the forest thicket. Anyway, our spurwing goose may be going to take up shop here at the Scotia Dam. Somebody else who's taken up shop is the hippo with a little baby, who just keep bobbing up and down there. Baby, I think, yeah. Something killed a dussie. Wow. The amount of barking from the baboons makes me think primarily that it would be a leopard, but it could also be a caracal. So caracal excellent jumpers, excellent climbers. They can also take they do catch birds, and they would also be able to jump and catch dassies. So it's not past that, but I just think that the amount of racket the baboons were making, I think that was a leopard, and it sounded like they all scattered as well. I don't think baboons would be so scared of a caracal. And that's something this hippo doesn't have to worry about, because they won't be coming down here out in the open. And I don't think a leopard would take its chance with this mommy protecting this baby. There is the little cutie. Come on, climb on Mom's back. Just want to drift across a little bit, because you see there's a little bit of action at the weaver's nests. The Cape Weaver, you see it just on the right there. Looks like it's getting nesting material. I'll try and strip some leaves and then take it back to the nest and weave it in. So these are one of the true weavers, and weavers are classed as the birds that can tie a knot. And just think how difficult that would be. You're trying to tie a knot with only 2 fingers. Sometimes they do use their feet as well to assist, but generally they're holding on with their feet and then grabbing with their bill and having to tie a knot. So that's how they've got to start their nest. They've got to tie 2 branches together and make that little base platform, and then from there they can continue on to build the actual nest itself. Now if you look at birds like the white-browed sparrow weaver, as well as the red-billed buffalo weaver, they don't tie like these Cape weavers do. They just make a big mess of sticks and just stick it all in. They don't tie it together. So they're not considered true weavers, whereas these are the masters of weaving. See there, it looks like, is that where it's got a little nest going? Ah, so it wasn't stripping there. I think that's where it's actually building. Yeah. There's more dassies calling now. Oh, that one not getting throttled like the other one was. So in the males that are more successful, more experienced, they will be the ones that have numerous nests, because they'll build one nest and then try to attract a female to it. If that, well, a female will arrive and she will inspect the nest. If she doesn't like it, she'll tear it apart, and then it'll have to start all over again. And he'll continue doing that until one is happy with its nest, and it will move in. He'll mate with it, and then it will continue on sort of preparing, the female will continue on preparing the inside of the nest for the arrival of the eggs and subsequently the chicks. The male then, though, he continues on building another nest and then trying to attract another female. So he will then try to see how many he can attract. And sometimes you can have a little patch where you may have more than 10 nests, and it's normally the more experienced, a little bit older males that are able to achieve this feat, and they've nailed down the nest that attracts the most females, and that they don't cut it down. So once that perfection is gained, then they'll end up having numerous nests. The guys that start out generally, though, get lucky if they have one nest, and that they have one female that doesn't cut the nest down. So it's very interesting to watch. And each and every species of weaver, true weavers I'm talking about, create a different bowl and nest shape. Some of them have just an opening where they fly into with the bowl, like they do here. So you come in, so say you come in on the left, and then there's a little bowl that extends on into the right. So there's a chamber on the inside of that nest. Flies off and goes into that one. But some of the other weavers, they'll have a whole tube that comes down off of it, or it will be bigger or smaller. Which one is it? I think it's the broad-billed weaver. They do it between two reeds, and then the hole is at the top, as opposed to it being underneath, and then you're going inside into the chamber like that. With the broad-billed weaver, that do that over rivers as well, water, generally in the reed beds, that hole up at the top and the chamber then down below. So just amazing to all art of weaving. They're very hard workers too. There's another one that's arrived. Nancy, so yes, and looks like there's actually got a female. You see, that's a little like courtship dance. There's a female that he's got. So you see here with this Cape weaver, they've got a very bright yellow color, and then they've got like an orangey face. It's not too contrasting with the yellow. Then you get the masked weavers that are also bright colored, but they have a black head. And then you also get the bishops, which are totally red with black. The broad-billed weaver is brown with white on the wings. But I would say the most common ones are or the most common color with weavers is this yellow color. But they do come in an array of different colors, and I'm just trying to think if the sociable weavers, which are the largest nest builders in the world, would be considered true weavers, because they don't particularly tie a knot, but they do have very intricate nests as well. Now they build this massive, it's almost this, it's even bigger than Hammerkop nests. Is that starlings that have come in now? So those sociable weavers, I'm not sure if they're true weavers, but they also build extremely extensive nests where all of their openings are at the bottom.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
So, and I've spent many safaris taking people to show them the sociable weavers' nests, and they're quite habituated. They're not very scared, and you can stand under those nests and watch them as they go in and out, and they point all the grass sticks downwards so that it's difficult for predators to get inside, particularly snakes, which would be one of their biggest predators, as well as the monitor lizards, particularly rock monitor lizards in Namibia, away from the areas like the Kunene and the Kavango River, and the Caprivi regions, or right up north next to Angola. So mainly just rock monitors and snakes that they're trying to defend from, but excellent strategy with those sticks that are pointing down, and then they fly up and close their wings at the last second and zip into the little hole. But you can have, each and every couple builds their own nest, but they all forage and collect nesting materials as a group. And sometimes you may even be able to hear those little birds from the dam cam at Okukuyo. There used to actually be a massive nest right where that camera is situated, but I think that it has been taken down, or it fell down, one of the two, and I think there might be a nest just off to the left of where the camera is now, and you hear the little chirps of the sociable weavers. There's some in the campsites, but you can always see that it's people that have never been to Etosha, because the nest itself is so large that it creates a massive amount of shade. So people that haven't been there before, they put their tent up underneath the sociable weaver's nest. I can tell you, I've done it when I first got there, but I only did it once, because I couldn't sleep the whole night, because they chitter-chatter the whole night. And when you wake up in the morning, your tent is covered in poo. So, yeah, you have been warned. If you end up going to Etosha and you're lucky enough to spend the night in the campsite, which is wonderful, you can hear the lions roaring, the hyenas calling, the jackals. Don't leave your shoes outside because they will eat them. But do not put your tent up underneath the sociable weavers' nests. Those that do, well, it's fun to watch. The ground squirrels as well, like coming around the campsite during the day. So Felicia, yes, the little weavers, they do go for little baths on the banks of rivers, water holes such as this. And I'm just going to go in here on this little grebe because it's busy. So you often see the weavers just having a dust bath. Forgive me if I go out of focus, but it's difficult to follow. You see, they just dive down. They do that to evade any danger, but they also do forage under the water. I'll just see where he comes up. And that's the call of the little grebe as well. Where did he go? Swam ahead and I missed him. You can see the little pathways that they've been making in that grass as well. That's all the little grebes. See that? On a bigger scale, that's kind of like what the hippos do in the Okavango Delta. Keep on walking through the channels, and they're actually very important to keep those channels open, are the hippos. Otherwise it would all start growing over, and it allows the water to move in between the different areas and keeps it open for the likes of the fish and the birds. So very, very important. It's kind of like here in the Eastern Cape around the Adda Elephant National Park, if you've ever been there. Some of the areas are so thick with spekboom or the bacon tree, bacon bush, which is also succulent, very tasty leaves, but it grows so thick that without the elephants keeping the pathways through those plants, the animals literally wouldn't be able to move eventually. So another of the animals that has a massive effect on the environment. There's our wonderful Scotia afra. And I'm just panning over towards the area where those baboons were barking and potentially a Dassie was murdered, maybe being eaten as we speak. That beautiful Eastern Cape thickets, that's truly natural. There's the main lodge up there, and what a view it is from up there, looking down to where we are now. And you can hear every single morning when I get up there for my coffee, I can hear the Narina trogons calling inside these thickets, as well as the Knysna turacos and baboons, dassies, monkeys. It's just beautiful, but very difficult to see in there. It's very thick, but there are lots of game paths, and I have walked through these areas, but it's quite hairy because the buffalo and the rhinos, they do venture in there as well, so you've got to be on your toes. You never know when you're going to come across one of them, and you don't really want to surprise a buffalo in the thickets like that, with the kind of characters that they are. So we'll just see how far we can go around here. Let's give you a nice little tour. So, and there's a reserve not too far from here that also has these lovely old Scotia trees. But the one thing is, it's the same as here. They don't have elephants here on this side of the reserve. Kariega does have elephants, but they're on the western side, the bigger part of the reserve, where the lions are as well, and the black rhino, white rhino, etc. But here, obviously, there's no elephants. That's why these Scotia trees are still here. And on this other reserve, they had these very old Scotia trees like this as well, and they've got elephants there. And the elephants started to hammer these trees because they've got lovely red flowers, and the elephants just love them. So to protect them, they actually started to farm bees. Oops, let's just freeze that up. There we go. So they started to farm bees under these trees, and ever since the elephants have left those trees alone. So they now have protected the trees, plus they sell the honey that they get from the bees and the farms that they have under the particular trees that they're protecting. So that's a lovely biological defense that that you can use for keeping elephants away from certain things. In Namibia, they also try to protect their vegetable gardens that the locals, where they live in areas where there are the desert elephants that roam free. I was actually part of some of the projects that we went to help the local villages to protect their water points, to stop the elephants from breaking their vital resource of water. And they have windmills that pump water out onto the surface. Excellent groundwater, but there's not a drop to drink anywhere. So it's extracting that water, getting it onto the surface, and then keeping it safe. But the elephants also come to drink at those water points, but elephants don't really know about the preservation of the water point and the whole system that's going on there. So they love pulling over windmills, and they also break the water points themselves. So we used to build protective structures around the windmills and water points, so that the elephants can drink, but they can't destroy the livelihoods of the people that live there. But the other thing that the elephants do is they go and get into the vegetable gardens, and they just decimate the entire garden in one night. So, then that's when you have human-wildlife conflict. Obviously, the next move is going to be for that guy to pull out a weapon and go and get rid of the elephants that are really threatening his livelihood and potentially even his life, with them taking away their very important water and food. So we found that it's kind of another biological defense mechanism against elephants was to plant chilies, and the red eye, I think they're called red eye chilies, all around the fringes of the gardens. And because of the elephant's acute sense of smell, it turns out that they wouldn't go into the gardens. So it's a wonderful way of keeping them out but not hurting them at all. And so, always important to try and look for some biological means of protecting yourself, especially if you live out in those kind of areas. And sometimes people also just need a bit of help, and that's what we tried to do. And then they were able to gain something from the chilies. They were actually making chili sauces and selling it to tourists that came past. Plus they had the added bonus that the desert elephants were around, and so that brought tourists into the areas that they lived. See those baboons? The one looked like it was just walking on its back legs. The one getting a grooming session there on the right. Alrighty, so lovely troop of baboons. I've never been able to get close to them. They always run away. So nice, even though we're seeing them from a distance, and moving all through on the ground. So from the ground here on Kariega, let's go high up in the sky in Djuma.
Thank you, Rolf. Yes, I'm very surprised that this one has actually been sticking around. I thought it might take off. Now it does seem like he's looking for some reptiles, snakes, lizards, anything he can get his beautiful talons on. If I'm not mistaken, this is a brown snake eagle. I'm just trying to, and the reason I'm not confirming that is because at one stage his talons looked a bit strange to me, as well as his underfeathers. But I do think this is a brown snake eagle, yes. And as the name suggests, they do feed on snakes, lizards. I've seen one that ate a crested francolin. So very feisty birds, but of course he's just keeping his eyes out. They've got impeccable sight, so they will definitely, if they see something, swoop down, grab it with their beautiful talons, and then go make a meal out of it. But they always look so grumpy. Looks like a typical grumpy old man. And often you will see smaller birds. I haven't seen it yet, but smaller birds like drongos that sort of dive bomb these bigger birds of prey just to sort of let them know, listen, we've seen you. Do not go after our little ones or anything, or after us for that matter. But how cool would it be if we saw him making a kill? And just to sort of quickly give everyone an idea where this beautiful raptor is, he's on the dam walls. One dead tree. There we are. So there's the water hole. And then there's our bird. So I'm going to keep my eyes on him, because as we've learned, specifically with the birds, as soon as you just take your eyes off them for 1 second, they take off. And it's ridiculous to think from that height, from that vantage point, even that far away, whatever he goes for, he's definitely able to see everything that's happening on the ground right now. From snakes to lizards to small birds. It really does depend what he would like to go for, but of course any food is good food. I'm just super surprised we are seeing one out in the open in this heat. Generally during the day they tend to be a bit more, I would say, under shade from what I've seen. Just sort of cool off. But it really looks like such a judgmental bird if you look at their faces. Looks very high and mighty up there, judging everyone and everything on the ground. Come on, spot a snake. Go for it. We believe in you. And of course he will also keep an eye on the water. Even though he's not really a fish eater, he will definitely look out for water monitors, things like that. Anything that might be slithering out of the water as well. But you can just see those talons. It's ridiculous what these birds can do. It's, whew, it takes me back to when at my former lodge we used to have a Varu eagle owl. And if you do not know what they look like or how big they are, please do yourself a favor and go research it. But this owl's name was Matimba. And eventually we were able to, let him go, let him be free, become an owl. But the reason we sort of raised him is because we picked him up, or not we, colleagues and friends of mine, picked him up and he fell out of the nest and he was never retrieved again. So we were able to raise Matimba, and the talents that owl had, eventually I put on shoulder pads underneath my uniform, because it came to a point where we slowly but surely, let him go freely even more. But then if you would stop in the northern section of the reserve and you would sort of make the whistle, he would literally come out of nowhere and then land on your shoulder. And as you see, this eagle's talons now as well, the feet basically, it can do quite a bit of damage. So you can just imagine, same with this eagle owl as well, when he's going, or this snake eagle, sorry, when he's going down for a snake or lizard or something, those talons are really, really efficient when they are hunting and grabbing their prey. Come on, Mr. Eagle. We believe in you. I'm really pleasantly surprised at how still he's sitting. Especially when we go live to share everything with all of you. The animals either take off or they start moving or they fly away. And he's just been very, very still, of course, just scouting for food. And you can see an impeccably sharp bill as well. You do not want that thing going at you, which is of course a magnificent tool as well. When they are actually opening up their prey, they'll use their talons, their bill, everything, and it just becomes very, very messy and vicious almost, I want to say. As I say, I've seen one that caught a crested francolin and it was not the best. I mean, it was one of my coolest sightings, but it was not one of my favorite sightings because it's definitely horrible to watch. You know, they are very, very efficient with that beak, with the talons. Very, very sharp tools that they get to use when they are in fact hunting.
Hi, I'm Patty Andre, and I'm in Loveland, Colorado, and I was so honored to win the prize to Jamala Midikwe. It's going to be such a great trip, I'm sure, and I've been an explorer since explorers started. Been to Africa a couple times, but I've never been to South Africa, so it's exciting, and I'm happy to go there.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
But I have to say I'm surprised at how well we are seeing him. I was a bit worried when I initially spotted him. I thought, might be a little bit tricky. But he is really spoiling us. And again, he doesn't even know we are here. At all of our water holes, of course, none of the animals know that we are in fact observing them. And checking them out, discussing them. Pretty sure those monkeys would not have done what they did if they knew they had an audience. But then again, you don't. But it's a good thing that the animals cannot hear us. We are not at all interfering with their behavior, not causing them to alter any of their habits or behavior in that moment, which is really, really awesome. We just get to observe them as they were meant to be observed. Just want to check the water hole again. Come on, guy. Get some food. It's almost lunchtime. And I think raptors are definitely one of my favorite birds or groups of birds that I observe, because they really do change with breeding season, from juvenile to adult. I mean, if you take something like a African fish eagle as well, a juvenile is very different to an adult, and that is due to the plumage and everything that they are going in. And of course, birds, just like the monkeys we saw earlier with the blue testicles, birds can see in perfect detail and color, which is why birds are always beautifully patterned or colored, like a peacock or a woodland kingfisher, or for instance a lilac-breasted roller. Those things are definitely taken into account when choosing a partner. I cannot get over his face. He really looks so grumpy. Just stunning. And when you do look at your raptors, they of course do have a different foot structure as to, for instance, a dove. Doves don't need to grab onto things. So raptors have what we call a zygodactyl foot structure, which means they've got basically two toes in front and two at the back, and that is so they can grip onto something and actually really get a hold of it. So most of your smaller birds will actually have a passerine foot structure, which is 3 toes in front, 1 at the back. They don't really need to hold on to something. However, that being said, we see a lot of small birds here in Djuma. a specific small bird that does not have a passerine foot structure, but they in fact have the same foot structure as the raptors. So if you know which bird I'm referring to, please do let me know. What bird has the same foot structure as this eagle, which is a very small bird in comparison to the bigger raptors? It feeds off insects and ticks, smaller things. It does not feed on snakes and mice and lizards and stuff like that, like this beautiful brown snake eagle. Just want to take a look around and see what is happening. And for those wondering, our weird monkeys did wander off. What is that? Not sure, it looks like a zebra. Indeed, just a zebra and impala. We'll get back to our snake eagle just now. Just quickly want to scan for babies. As you can actually see how hot it is here in Djuma. Those impalas, of course, just sheltering for some shade. It's a little bit tricky to see, but I can't see any youngsters. I do see a shadow, but I'm not sure if that is an actual shadow just behind that one impala at the back, or an actual... No, I'm not going to call it. So hopefully these beauties will also come to the water hole to drink a bit. You can see it is fairly hot, as I mentioned, here in Djuma, so hopefully the animals will come down to the water hole later on. I cannot believe he's still around. I think that's the longest I've been able to observe a brown snake eagle just in one spot this time of day in the summer. It is just so, so beautiful and such a privilege, really, just to be able to spend time with these animals and not have to rush anywhere. We can just listen, just observe. You can see there is a fair breeze in the air, so I think that might also be motivating for this eagle to still be out during this time. Just helping him cool off a little bit. Alrighty, well, I will continue to monitor our beautiful eagle. See if he does in fact get some food today. But while I do so, I'm going to send you over to Madikwe, who is also busy with some birding.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, you're indeed. We are in Madikwe this morning, and we are at the wetlands at Jackie's Safari Lodge on this Thursday morning. And can you believe it's Thursday already? This week has certainly flown. But you know, the good news is that you don't have to wait that long to join us again. That's the good news, right? Yes, so we are at the wetlands here at Jackie's, and I've got BK behind the camera. Good morning to you, BK. My name is Kevin. I'm your naturalist for the morning.
This is it? Yep.
We are looking at our yellow-billed stork, our resident yellow-billed stork. This one has been here the whole morning. And it almost seems as if it's taking a little bit of a breather. We are looking forward to spending the whole day with you here at the wetlands. We're going to do some birding. We're going to see which animals come down to the water for a drink. And in general, just spend a fantastic day with you out here in nature. Nice, lush and green. The wetlands are full after the rains last week. The weavers are working away diligently as they do from sunrise to sunset every single day, non-stop. And because weavers, this is the nesting season for them, I always say, leading up to the festive season, that they are actually building out Christmas trees for us. It looks like Christmas tree baubles out here in the bush. From where me and BK stay, it's not far from here, And in the evenings, the frog chorus and the toad choruses are deafening. We can hear it all the way to where we stay. Jenna, yes, we've got a month and a half to run. Can you believe it? Up to the festive season. Cannot believe how quickly this year has flown. Fantastic BK. Cape Glossy, by the looks of it. Cape Glossy Starling. I'm certain BK will find that again. That stunning iridescent coloration of the Cape Glossy and of all your starling species. It's actually quite nice to be here on the deck at Jackie's and not out in the vehicle, because they are forecasting the temperature to peak at about 34 degrees today. Look at that big scraggly nest up there. I'm actually going to give you guys some time to come back to me with suggestions of what bird nest, that big nest you can see, what bird is that? I'm gonna put that out there to you guys. Whenever you got time, we've got enough time, come back to me with suggestions. In that Tamboti tree. I wonder where our other our other yellow-billed stork is. There was 2 year plus a juvenile. I'm having a scan with my binoculars. That actually looks to me like the juvenile. White mane, spot on, spot on. It is a red-billed buffalo weaver. I see you are either keen birder or a regular viewer to Wild Earth, but I guess probably both. Yes, red-billed buffalo weavers are communal nesters. And within that nest, you might have actually a few breeding pairs, all sharing the same apartment block. Red-billed buffalo weavers are part of what we sometimes refer to as the small five. Of which you've got red-billed buffalo weaver, rhino beetle, leopard tortoise. We have actually seen quite a few leopard tortoises around on drive, and the next time we see one, we're definitely going to stop. Leopard tortoise, elephant shrew, and then the ant lion larvae, those guys that build those conical pits in the soft sand. As I said, we are patient. We're going to be with you the whole day. We want you to settle in and relax, and we are going to see what's happened. Pauline, morning. It's definitely the leopard tortoise. Definitely. I've seen one a few days ago that was so tiny. How can I explain the size? I would say if you put your thumb and middle finger together and you make a circle, that was almost the size. New hatchling. Pauline, they're also becoming endangered. The more and more agriculture you get and farmers putting up fences, leopard tortoises very often do get stuck in the fences. Oh, now you decided to hunt. And also because, Pauline, they're very long-lived. Leopard tortoise being typical reptiles, they can be long-lived, up to 80 years. So of all of those, it must be the leopard tortoise. This yellow-billed stork now had its mid-morning siesta and now looking for a snack again. Probing. Oh, what is? There we go. BK. That looks like a frog, eh? No, it's a little fish. Look there. We've got a kill. Looks like a little lob. Let's see what he does. And then he's gonna. And then up. Nice timing there, BK. And I was just about to say, he's probing there. There's more fish there. You can see them jumping. Oh, so as soon as that fish touches the bowl, he snaps it closed. Just probing. Of course, looking for crustaceans, crabs. You do find freshwater mussels as well. And of course, any of your amphibians, your frogs, of which, as we said earlier on, they are plentiful, so should not have to search too long before finding a frog there on the water's edge. On initial glance, yellow-billed storks can sometimes be confused with your bill. Largest prey, I would say, is probably something like a juvenile catfish, up to, I would say, not much than 15 centimeters.
Sorry about that, folks. We'll try to get Kevin back as soon as we can. But how cool was that? A live hunt with a yellow-billed stork. Not much of it. Looks like a nugget he ate, but don't know how filling that would be. But nonetheless, it got some food. And of course, it will continue doing so throughout the day. Just keep hunting, keep looking, and scouting for food. And again, this is why animals too love summer. Not sure what's happening at Okukuya right now. Seems like we've got a little bit of cloud cover coming in, which I'm not too delighted about. I'm a very sunshine person. I wanted to say sunny and sunshine, and then I love the sunshine. So as soon as it becomes overcast or anything, I get sad. But of course it's wonderful for the animals because it just sort of breaks the heat a little bit, gives them a little bit of a rest in between the heat. But yes, we just had a beautiful dazzle of zebras as well as a herd of wildebeests. And of course they took off. But I did not see a foal with a zebra, so I will of course as always keep looking. I have not yet seen a baby springbok. You never know what we are going to see. And as always, I'm just scanning each and every corner just to make sure we are not perhaps overlooking anyone. Jeez, this cloud cover is making it a little bit tricky now. Jeeboo. Just trying to scan each and every corner just to make sure. But again, you know, we can do that as much as we want. The other day we had 3 lions for a good 8 hours straight, and had we not seen them moving into the area where they were, you would never have known there were lions around. Hello, beautiful. Of course, this is our national animal, or antelope, I should say, a springbok, and it is also the name of our national rugby team. But not a very common antelope. Here in Okukoya, we've seen, of course, you know, it's a very very, very common species and sighting to have. But as opposed to other areas, you will not see them that commonly because this is the sort of habitat they prefer. Arid, dry, open. Oh, it seems like we've got more wildebeests coming to the water. How cool would it be if we see a baby? I know I am very hopeful, but you never know. And if you have just joined us, welcome to Escape to Nature. We've had a beautiful day so far. Rolf has seen some spur-winged geese in Kariga. Kevin just had a live hunt with a yellow-billed stork in Madikwe. And I've also been doing a spot of birding. We've had a brown snake eagle in Juma. Of course, we've had all of our beautiful animals, kudus, impalas, springboks, all of the general game here in Okokoyo. No elephants as yet. I personally have seen elephants so far today in Mashatu, but that is before we started Escape to Nature. So hopefully, we'll still get to see some heffalumpies today. And if not, tomorrow is a new day, and of course we've got sunset safari still, so there is still so much to look forward to today. Why does no one have a baby? I need a baby in my life. Not a human baby, I mean I need to see a baby animal. I would love to see a baby animal. Lola, you would like to know if baby season is the same year as in the Sabi Sand. So yes, more or less. Both here and Sabi Sand, we've got raining season predominantly in the summertime. Again, you know, never say never. Mother Nature does not follow our rule books. But yes, pretty much. So the other day we saw our first baby zebra here, which I was very shocked about. I honestly did not think our first baby zebra would actually be in this area. I thought this might be the last location to show us some babies. But yes, definitely you can see the wildebeests. A little bit tricky to see now, but the wildebeest, the springbok, all of the antelope pretty much are currently pregnant. So, but in my personal opinion, I would think that Okokoyo's babies would drop last, just merely because it seems very dry for me personally. But again, you know, we don't know how these animals function and how they think, and we always seem to be surprised every single day at our different locations, not just here at Okokoyo. But yes, baby season is upon us, and I am super excited. And every single time on Escape to Nature as well as Sunset Safari, I really do scan all of the zebras to see if I can see that tiny foal again. But it is so exciting. And generally, you know, for the most part, as soon as you see the first baby animal, then you'll sort of start to see the other animals also drop their youngsters. But again, it's not rule of thumb. A lot of people, you know, hypothesize and say that it's due to the fact that as soon as, you know, the one gives birth, the rest of them also. For me personally, I believe that they only have so much control with regards to that. I don't think they can fully consciously control, okay, well, ready and go. I mean, it is still a natural occurrence and a biological thing that has to happen. So I think, sorry, I just wanted to check up on this one animal under the tree, but it just seems to be a springbokkie. 3 of them. I thought it's an impala. But yes, as soon as one of them, starts to drop, the rest will follow. And of course, in the raining season, a lot of hypotheses behind that as well. A lot of people say it's because, of course, the rain will wash away the smell of afterbirth, because for the most part, it's constantly raining as soon as raining season has started. And then one of the other theories, which is the one I would most likely believe as well, as opposed to the others, is the fact that there's so much food around. Of course, food is in abundance. Trees, plants, flowers, everything. So all of the animals are absolutely ecstatic when it becomes summer, as is the predators, unfortunately. Of course, baby animals are very, very easy victims and targets for the predators to go after. So unfortunately, summertime is happy meal time for everyone. Not just for the antelopes and the elephants and the giraffes and everything else. I actually wrote a blog on, I can't remember if it was in the Masai Mara or the Kalahari. I'll go look it up. But there was a leopard that had caught a vervet monkey. So as we saw earlier on, those monkeys in Djuma. And as she was carrying the mother in her mouth, the tiny one was actually still attached to the mother while the leopard was carrying it. So it's sad, not only do a lot of animals lose their offspring in this time due to predators, the offspring also lose their mothers. But again, ultimately everything has to try and at least survive out here. And we've not seen a giraffe yet today. At least not on Escape to Nature. Just want to take a look around. As we've seen many a time, specifically here at Okokweyo, it's easy to overlook something like a jackal, even a kori bustard. They blend in so well with the grass, with the rocks. Just scanning everywhere for some movement, just to make sure. As I say, always spend too much time making sure, as opposed to, just perhaps potentially overlooking something. Come on. And I'm so jealous of the jackal pups. Well, not the jackal pups. I'm jealous of the naturalists that get to see them, like Andrew. I have not seen jackal pups in, I would say easily 2 years. Yes, easily. So definitely need to make a plan. And I realize it's not the best view. We are zoomed in quite a bit. It's quite far away from the actual waterhole and dam cam. But how cool is that? This is why I always say, check everything. Rather take too much time and make sure you're not missing anything. But this is to my knowledge at least, this is our first secretary bird at the waterholes. At least at Ukukuyo, as far as I know. That is so cool. Seems like we are having quite a bit of birding today, which is awesome. That's why I always say, as soon as you get into birding, you will never be bored on safari. Because I've had many times where people say, oh, it was a quiet safari. Then you say, no, it's never quiet. There's always something. That is absolutely brilliant. And I'm sure a lot of you have seen at Amakhala, we currently have chicks of secretary birds, which is amazing. Again, just shows you how amazing everything at Wild Earth really is, because for me personally as a naturalist as well, I'm being educated on a daily basis, whether it's from the actual location or from other naturalists. But I have never before seen secretary bird chicks until the other day when I did at Amakala. I think it was with Andrew, if I'm not mistaken, and they actually fed the little ones. Nadine is whispering in my ears. Yesterday we saw them as well. So, absolutely incredible. I have not seen secretary bird chicks in my life for myself. But absolutely amazing birds. And of course, very, very, very good hunters. They will sort of stomp on their prey, jump them silly, and then if they do have chicks, of course they will go feed their chicks, as we've seen numerous times now. And other times they will actually just feed on it, or I've actually seen a couple as well that shared a meal, like Lady and the Tramp with a piece of spaghetti, but it was a piece of snake. White Mane, thank you as always for joining us. We always love hearing from you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yes, as I say, I always, specifically here at Ukukoya, I've learned now, you think it's white rocks, you'll see everything very easily. Everything must be very contrasting, but it is not at all the case. You must make extra sure here in Ukukoya just to make sure you are not perhaps overlooking something, but thank you so much. I appreciate that. Hopefully we can keep up with him. Of course, he's just behind the trees. You just see the movement every now and again, but he is moving further into the actual tree line now. I will just show all of you where we are currently situated. And secretary birds, you'll often associate them with areas that have burnt a lot as well, just like your Kori bustards, because they, as soon as there's a veld fire or something like that, they'll take complete advantage of insects, creepy crawlies, everything coming out from the soil. But my guess would be there's a lot of insects and creepy crawlies and all sorts that is now being excavated out from the soil here as well due to the heat. You can just imagine all of these rocks create extra heat. So you might probably just want to see if he's going to come out, but I think he's now gone further into the actual bush. Because I do not see the movement anymore. Just give me a second. I do not see him again now. I think he may have gone deeper into the actual tree line. But how cool was that? Our first secretary bird in Ukukoyo. We are breaking a lot of records just in this past week. First lion sighting in the daylight. First baby zebra. And now our first secretary bird as well. And it truly just shows you how well everything camouflages. Hyena cub, good morning. So with secretary birds, they are monogamous. They do mate for life, so you can find them in pairs. However, goodness, Lisa, words. However, you can also find them solitary. So a lot of the times you will actually find them moving around alone. However, that does not mean they are single. That might be, as we've seen a few times now in Amakhala, it might mean that one parent is actually on the nest and the other one is scavenging for food, or hunting for food, I should say. Just trying to figure out if this is an actual baby zebra. I don't think so. I think it's from the previous season. Sheesh, this one mommy is very big in the middle. You're gonna have a baby. No, I think this foal is from the previous season. They really do get so large, and it always looks so uncomfortable. Janice, good day. You would like to know, does this water hole ever dry out completely, or this water body, I should say? Not to my knowledge, at least not recently. This is a fairly well-fed water hole, you can say. And of course, this is the largest salt pan in Africa. So the animals do know, there's a lot of nutrients and minerals here. But to my knowledge, no. If you have more information, anyone, you're more than welcome to correct me or just inform me. But not to my knowledge, no. As I say, I too am still getting to know the different locations and water holes. And you can research a lot and read a lot, but there's always more information. So if anyone else has more information, you're more than welcome to let me know. But to my knowledge, no. I think it does get pretty hectic in winter time. But I don't think it completely dries up. But I could be wrong. Oh, it's the cutest call, that, the little grebes. Alrighty, but I see we've got some pajama ponies in Djuma as well. So let's go to Djuma and see if our bird is also still around. Just beautiful. And there was a rather large zebra here as well, a female. So I'm also keeping an eye on her to make sure, she doesn't give birth without us knowing about it, because that would be an absolute disgrace. And believe it or not, our bird is still around. Let me show you. So yes, for me personally, this is by far the longest I've had an open view sighting just in one spot of any eagle. Not just the brown snake eagle, of any eagle in my life. Especially in midday. It's weird. So I'm not too sure if perhaps he's injured. I highly doubt it. Well, I don't hope so, I should say, but I don't think so. I think he's literally just scouting, looking for something that he can get his talons on. But by far the most static eagle I've ever seen for the longest time. Generally they will of course fly around, scout for food, try a hunt, and then go to a next tree or completely take off. But this guy has probably been chilling here for, I think, a good hour. So it truly is so amazing to see them just like this. And this truly is one of my favorite animals. Zebras are just so incredible when you photograph them, but also just when you observe them. They truly are very fascinating. Ooh, Nadine, I didn't know that. She's saying it's her favorite. They are not my ultimate favorite. Let me make that clear. Elephants are my favorite. But I think I do sound like a bit of a hypocrite every day on Escape to Nature, because I literally say everything is my favorite. But animals in general are my favorites. Except for baboons, a solifuge, and a centipede. That I can literally live without. I will be okay if I never see them again. Yes, no. Zebras can be quite feisty animals, very strong legs, and they do of course bite each other as well with an extra set of teeth in their mouth called a tusher. So not something you want to particularly play with. I remember I was on a bushwalk bumble, because it wasn't an official walk we had with guests or anything, my one colleague and I, and we were actually creating a new road from the back of the lodge, and what had happened was we actually picked up a zebra skull, and you can see those tushers, and it is not something you would particularly want to be the victim of, I can say. But for the most part they just bite each other. You can see those constant shivers or the vibrations on their skin. That is, of course, for the parasites and ticks and flies. And smile, you're on camera. So that might have been the Flechtman grimace. However, I don't think so. It wasn't like a full-on grimace. So I'm not sure what that zebra smelled now or what was happening there. Just want to see if our... Jeez. Just want to see if our bird is still around. Alrighty then, birdie. Apparently you're just on autopilot today. This is literally by far the longest I've had any eagle sighting. Gooey! Gooey! Oi! So don't worry, of course the animals cannot hear us. Otherwise we would not be having any sightings at the water holes, believe me. But that being said, I have to say, at all of my previous reserves I worked at, the animals and I think my colleagues got pretty used to me being so loud. But of course, within limits, it's very, very important to respect the animals, give them their peace and their... just let them be. So I've seen it use both talons now, so I don't think there's an injury to the actual talons. I don't think there's an injury at all. It's just very odd to me that this snake eagle has literally just been static for a good hour in the blazing sun. There we go, you can actually see it's hot. Of course, we've seen many a times when birds open their beaks or their bills, that is actually just to get rid of some of the extra heat in order to try and cool off. Dude, why don't you just go sit under a tree? Like, I'm sure you can still have a good vantage point in a tree with leaves. I do realize I'm not an eagle, but that is what my common logic tells me. Ooh. He seems to be repositioning. Ah. Wait for us, eagle. I'm not too sure where he went. Maybe he took my advice on the tree with leaves thing. We'll just see if we can find him again. But if you do spot him, please do let me know. Of course, he might have taken off completely, just merely because we were that close up on him. It took a little bit of time for the camera to actually zoom a little out. This dead tree in the center always gets me. I always think this lighter piece of bark on the right is some or other raptor as well. But it's not. There is something on it though. It is a starling. A darling starling. Alright, well I think we've lost our snake eagle for now, but that's alright. I'll just, as always, keep my eye open and make sure. But let us see what is happening with our zebras. Just look at how big she is. Jeez, that cannot be for the life of me be comfortable. I would literally just lie in one spot and demand the other zebras bring food to me, or just I'm not sure what. But I don't know if I'd want to move around being that massive. I'm truly pleasantly surprised with the activity from the animals here in Djuma today. Generally, from what we've seen, you know, when it's that hot, they all just tend to lie down. Hi! And just take it easy, conserve their energy as much as they can, but these guys are active. As are our bachelor impalas, it seems. Oh, I really do hope one of these days we get to see a live birth. And I do believe that with our dam cams, it will be a little bit, I would say, more plausible for us. Because the animals don't hear cars and everything around them. Of course, they are very much used to it. But hopefully the dam cams might give us a little bit of a better chance to actually sneak around. So you can see this one to the far right, that is definitely a foal from the previous season. And generally, for the most part, these animals just give birth to one calf, or sorry, one foal. And here is our bird that I was referring to earlier on as well. The small bird, but with a foot structure of a raptor. That would be your oxpecker, and that is because they cling onto animals. Oh, sorry, zebra. Coolio, but I will see if I can find our brown snake eagle again. But in the meantime, I'm going to send you back to Mr. Kevin, who is in Madikwe.
Lisa, I'm so glad you found a secretary bird. That is always a very, very nice sighting. Over with us in Madikwe, we are looking at a western cattle egret. Apologies if you guys do pick up some wind on the microphone. The wind is picking up a little bit. You can see there in picture waves on the water. Look at that cattle egret's feathers blowing in the wind. So if you do pick up something, bear with us. Your cattle egret being the smallest of the white egrets we find in this region. You've got your great egret, little egrets, and then cattle egrets. And the way this one is standing with its back to you, it actually makes them quite easily identifiable. If you look on the top of the head and there in that central stripe that runs down the back, you can see it's almost like a salmon pinky type color. And that's the easiest way that you can identify a cattle egret. And you saw two of them. They are a monogamous pair. What, you've got a thorn in your foot. What is it?
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
And of course, our egret is also still around. So the egret being the white bird, and then the black crakes being the small, tiny black birds. Very interesting birds, though I love observing them. Very, very cute. They've got beautiful red legs and this sort of yellow-orange beak, but not a very big bird. Just want to take a look, see, and see what else is around. You can see those black crakes are quite fast on those tiny legs. And they actually feed on, even though they are tiny birds, they feed on crustaceans, insects, earthworms. So of course in this moist soil they are just having the time of their life, because they can just excavate some of the creepy crawlies that they want to get to. Ooh, hi birdie. Just want to take a look in the shade and see if anyone is perhaps taking a nap under there. Does not seem to be the case, but again, you know, we often overlook a lot of things. Let me just try and make sure. And of course, these acacias would be the perfect place to hide out. You've got a lot of shade, you are close to the water, and should something want to attack you, you do have some sort of thorny fence in front of you as well. So I would definitely be under there if I was an animal. Most definitely. Francis, you would like to know, while I'm just scanning around, sorry, as always, I'm just making sure we're not missing anything. You would like to know, can an animal spontaneously abort a non-viable baby? So this is a very tricky question, and the only reason I say that is because I don't think we'll ever fully understand or fathom what goes on in animals' minds. and that goes for impala, elephants, leopards, everything. That would require us to go into a living animal's functioning brain, and sort of, even then, you won't be able to detect and pick up all of the emotions and everything. So I don't think so. I do know of a lot of animals that have miscarriages and stuff like that, but I'm not sure that they consciously or purposefully abort the baby. But again, I don't know. I could be wrong. Every reserve and every animal and every herd and every pride is different. But again, I think even the most qualified researchers and naturalists and wildlife enthusiasts would not be able to answer that with full certainty, because that would actually require us to understand what goes on in the mind of an animal. And I don't think we will ever fully, not with all of the technology and everything we have, I still don't think we'll ever be able to fully fathom what is going on in their minds. But that is a very good question. You sort of really racked my brain now. Alrighty, well, it doesn't seem, just gonna make double sure, doesn't seem like any animals are around at Mashatu. Well, it seems like we got Mr. Kevin back, so I'm gonna send you back to him in Madikwe, and I will keep an eye on our water holes.
Here we go.
BK was having a quick rest, and he sat down, and I saw him jumping up and running for the camera in excitement because he spotted these two big elephant bulls walking into the wetlands here at Jackie's, and he's actually going to go for a bit of a day spa pool party going to happen here. Fantastic. Oh, look at that. Beautiful BK. You'll often see elephants doing that, sloshing up the water to make it nice and muddy so that can go over the back. Living the dream at the spa. Nora, elephants are one of the animal species out here that I can definitely say that they find pleasure in some of their activities, especially around water. I can see that enjoyment when they do a nice mud wallow like these ones are doing now. Have you guys heard the one about the two elephants that got chased away at the pool party? Yes, it's because their trunks kept falling off. Let's hope this doesn't happen with these two. So Nora, yes, there is, I think, enjoyment in them wallowing, but of course, a purpose behind everything they do. It's that initial nice cool off. They might have been walking for a few kilometers to get here. So, cooling off nicely, that mud will dry and actually trap some of the moisture underneath the mud, and that keeps them cooler for longer periods of time. And then talking about the day spa, when that mud then dries, and when they move away from water and the mud dries, they will very often find themselves a favorite rubbing tree. And any ticks or parasites would then have been trapped in that mud, encrusted in that mud, and then they go rub it off. It's like a wax treatment to get rid of ticks. All part of the elephant day spa routine. Kelly, he is actually trying to create a little bit more mud, I think. The water where they are quite clear, quite fresh, and he's wanting some mud. He's not only wanting to splash himself with water, he wants muddy water. That's what he wants, and I think that's why he's breaking up the edge of the water to make it a little bit more muddy. Beautiful light on those wetbacks. Well, Kelly, I'm going to make a prediction, and I hope it doesn't come back to bite me. You see this bull? I think he's now going to drink water. Back there where he muddied up the water, they're actually very fussy when it comes to drinking. They like fresh, clear water, so he probably doesn't want... There we go, thank you, prediction works. He doesn't want to drink from that muddy water that he created at the back there. That's why he walked away. He's had his little mud bath now, and now he's going to start drinking from the more fresher water. Oh, I love it when a plan comes together on a prediction. Don't always work. I took a punt there. Early morning, script went out early morning. I wrote the memo up. I asked them to be at 12:20 our time. They arrived 5 minutes late, but they are forgiven now. The specific individual's got very wide tusks. You can see how wide apart they are from tip to tip. Look at those cattle egrets. Look at them. They thought that there might be a bit of opportunity here. If that elephant moves around a bit, disturbs insects, that they might pick them off. I think that's what drew their attention, because they actually walked all the way around towards that elephant, and they were hoping, oh, come elephant, move around for us, disturb some insects so we can pick them off. You could actually see him. He sucks up water and he spurts it out of his trunk. He doesn't always suck up and start drinking straight away. He will suck up a bit, spurt it out, test how fresh, how cool the water is, and then normally on the second sip is when he will then start drinking. Get rid of some insects floating on the water, that type of thing. White mane, I would say elephants, if if I have to choose, if I really have to choose, I would say elephants are my favorite animals because of what you just said. Super intelligent. Are you guys waiting there for something to pick off, you two cattle egrets? Or, well, the one on the right, of course, is still that stalk. Look at that slow, leisurely walk. Nancy, they will follow them because as those animals move through the grass, they will disturb all sorts of insects in the grass. And that makes it very easy for the egrets to just pick them off. They'll sometimes even ride on the back of buffalo. People think that they actually pick off the ticks. That is not true. They don't remove any parasites. And that is why they sometimes wrongly called tick birds. Nancy, is not only insects that they will pick off. They will sometimes take small mammals as well. Small reptiles sometimes. Now you see that big boy in the back. He is now making his way over to that shade of that leadwood tree. He might hang out there a little bit, stand in the shade, waiting for that mud to dry, and that evaporation will cause a cooling effect, a natural cooling effect as well. And if we are lucky, remember we spoke about the rubbing, they might even do some rubbing on that tree as well. Let's see if they got this script. Hopefully this one works out as well. But such a beautiful scene, everybody. Will you agree with me? Two huge elephant bulls standing under a leadwood tree with white cattle egrets standing in the foreground. It's one lone impala on its way in. It will walk into frame very soon. You'll see it. There on the left of your screen. Logan, I am so happy that you can join us. 8 years old, I'm glad you're watching Wild Earth, and I'm glad you are asking questions, and I'm glad you are learning. Logan? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. The only place where the skin is, I would say, sensitive is behind the ears. The rest of the skin is very thick. Sometimes up to 4 centimeters in certain places. And Logan, you've seen, if you look closely at elephants, you've seen that very rough, tough skin, huh? So no, the mud won't irritate them. They actually enjoy it. There's rubbing going on. Come on, do it for us. Do it for us. There we go. he's rubbing his neck. You see the one on the left? And his friend is now starting on the leadwood. There you can see firsthand what we just spoke about. Well, it was a quick rub. At least we got one. Thank you, big boys. I wonder why that Impala ewe is alone. It's just the one that came down to the water. I don't see the rest of the herd. Unless I just don't see them. They might be.
Let's see one over there.
Yeah, do you see another one, BK?
Yeah, there's one over there.
Okay, so the rest is at the back there. Alrighty. We are still keenly awaiting. We're still keenly awaiting the dropping of the first Impala lambs here in Madikwe. Let's just enjoy the moment for a while. I'm going to hold off speaking for a short while. Enjoy, see if you can hear any sounds. Any bird sounds. For you that's only joined us now, our yellow-billed stork in the foreground here actually had a kill early on. And BK caught it for us on camera. It was a small fish of some sorts. Couldn't identify it, but yeah, small fish. And we might see another. You see it churning its feet. There we go. There was something. It churns its feet, and that sometimes disturbs frogs or little crabs or whatever that's on the bottom for them to entice them to move. Well, here's the starlings and the cuckoos again, BK.
Yeah, one.
Off they go. Yeah, there we go. Nice, BK. If you possibly heard that bird raucous a few seconds ago, it was a flock of starlings mobbing what looked to me like a greater spotted cuckoo. It happened very quickly. It was definitely a cuckoo of sorts. I recognized the shape. And those starlings were chasing it away because, of course, remember, cuckoos are brood parasites, and that means they will lie their eggs in other birds' nests and expect the poor, unsuspecting host species to raise their young. And that's why the starlings knows this. And So cuckoos, if they do see them, they are aggressively chased away, and that's what we experience there. Do you see that lifting of the wing? I'm not exactly sure if my explanation will be the exact reason, but you will often find water birds like cormorants and darters spreading their wings to help to get rid of the glare on the water, to create a shadow that they can see better. So I'm not saying that is what happened there, but very often water birds will do that. And it keeps on doing it, so I would say that might be what we are seeing there. Listen if you can hear that bird. Chip, chirr. Chip, chirr. If you are able to hear that, let me know what you think. What bird is calling there? Beaker out there in the middle on that dry tree stump. Yes, it looks, we just spoke about cormorants just a few moments ago, and that to me looks like a reed cormorant. Maybe it does the wing spreading that we just spoke about. Any takers on that bird sound? Let me give it to you again in my own version. Chip, chirr. Chip, chirr. Yes, reed cormorant sitting out there. Have I got you guys stumped on that bird call by the sounds of it? I'll give you another few minutes and then I'm going to tell you what it is. Janice A. You're half right. You've got the woodlands part, right? Yes, it is a woodlands, but it's a woodlands kingfisher, not a woodlands woodpecker. But I'm giving you 10 out of 10. Because you know why? You had to deal with that imitation of mine that made it especially difficult. So 10 out of 10 to Janice A. Woodlands kingfisher. We were keenly awaiting their arrival. They are migrants, and they only arrived. BK, we heard the first one about a week ago, eh? Yes, about a week ago. And it's a very typical and iconic sound in the southern African summertime. Beautiful blue and grey in color. Now you might ask, why don't all kingfishers stay around year-round? Why do they migrate? And that's because not all kingfishers are fish eaters. Species like your woodlands kingfisher, your brown-hooded, striped, their main diet actually consists more of insects, very small reptiles, and not actually fish. It is only your giant kingfisher, I think your pied kingfisher, and your malachite that hangs around year round. The rest comes back, and they will time their arrival just as spring starts kicking off, and there is an abundance of food for them. While we continue looking at the comings and goings here at the wetlands in Madikwe, we're gonna go over to Djuma.
Thank you, Kevin. Always wonderful to see elephants. And you got the first elephants on Escape to Nature today. I'm just busy observing these zebras in Djuma. That one hefty female is very, very uncomfortable. Now, I'm not sure if it's because of the heat or what is happening. She even went for a good dust bathe. It's not one of these. I'm just checking these as well. It is one of the zebras that have just moved off, actually. And a lot of strange interactions as well. 3 of the other zebras also came to smell her and sniff her, so I'm not sure. I'm not too sure if she's ready to give birth. So it's the zebra just off to our right that is now disappearing, of course, as always. So we'll just keep an eye on her, because as I say, of course we've had it before as well, where we think, we might get lucky with something like that. But she is definitely very uncomfortable. She's very, very, very big. And as I say, a lot of interesting interactions between herself and some of the members of her harem. She was literally dust bathing, and then at one stage she was just lying on her side and breathing very heavily. And some of them actually came to sniff her. So we shall see. If they are actually in view for us, that is. What happened? All of the animals seem to be startled by something. Now, of course, we are at the actual camp, so it might just be some people walking about. But they definitely seem startled by a something. White Mane, thank you so much for getting in touch. Your stripy beauties indeed. I honestly love seeing them as well. They are very, very fascinating animals. Just want to see what gave them a fright now. I'm not sure if it's perhaps just, as I say, something from actual camp that they heard. I don't see anything around. And the impala seem pretty relaxed as well, so I don't think it's anything too serious. And of course, when they do get a fright as well, it can actually induce labor. You know, that shock to the body. It's not necessarily a good thing, but it has happened many a times before. So this one mare to our right, who the impala was currently running to, she is the one I was referring to. She's very, very, very large, and she was taking a good dust bathe, and about 2 or 3 of the members of the harem actually came to her and smelled her, and very interesting interaction we had. So you can see she is rather large. It will be interesting to see. Not exactly sure if that was a yawn or a Vlegman grimace. I do believe it was a good yawn. Pregnancy can be exhausting, I'm told. Oh, it would truly make my day if we see a birth today. Even if she doesn't want to show us, just to see a baby zebra. But of course, you know, we must never get greedy or expect anything. We must always just observe everything and take note of everything, but never have full-on expectations. Just be happy with everything we see. So this is actually the same zebras, I think, that has pretty much been around the whole day. They've just been in the bush mostly, as well as the impalas actually. I watched them go around the water hole, then loop into the bush, and now looping back out again. So the animals are sticking around for us today, which is awesome. Just want to check the actual water hole. No elephants yet. I'm super, super surprised. Heffalumps.
This is what I love about lionesses.
Hi, beautiful. Yes, you. So I actually got them confused now. I don't know which is which now, because there's definitely 2 heavily pregnant mares in this harem. I'm not sure if this was the one that I was referring to, that dust bathed and had everyone sniffing her. But it might be, you never know. Just keep an eye on this one. But yes, definitely getting closer and closer to giving birth. You can see her teats are ready, so she can nurse the one as soon as it arrives. But I will definitely keep an eye on these zebras and of course keep all of you updated. But while I do so, I'm going to send you to Ralph, who's in Kariga.
Well, I've got a ostrich that is, I don't think it's on a nest. I think it's just lying down. It's very quiet here on the plains today. The animals are quite lethargic. It's almost like the sun is out and it's very hot. Although it's rather cool. The wind is blowing. And did you see how that ostrich just looked up to the sky? I wonder, oh, there's a yellow-billed kite that just flew over it. So he had one little quick look up at the sky there. So he spotted it. That's quite impressive. So yes, it's one of those slower days. But we always do have our bobbing hippos in the waterhole, which I will go to now, and I'll just show you that it is still wonderful here, but not having the large amounts of game that I have come to expect. It's almost like they're all gone. But anyway, we can't complain. It's not teeming with life every day. Sometimes they do decide to go up in the thickets. Some Nyala and Impala over on the other side. The rhinos were also walking there somewhere, but I think they've also gone down for a bit of a snooze. The weavers don't go anywhere. They'll always be there. And back to our waterhole, where mommy and baby hippo are. So I'm looking forward to the next few days. There's a little grebe again. Oops, there it goes. In the next few days, I want to have a good look at this little baby. All I've seen is the top of its head. And every now and then when it does lean on mom, I see a little bit more of it. But that's about it. They're being rather secretive. And there's obviously a lot of nursing going on. So that's what's happening there. And you almost get a fright when she comes up because she's just so big. Spending lots of time under the water. So Kerry Ann, what they have been doing is that they haven't been coming out of the water. They've just been moving further into the shallows. So into that sort of area there where it is a bit shallower, and then, so not clearing the water completely, just going into the shallow water where it gets its head out and it can breathe, and sometimes just keeping its little nostrils out of the water where it's shallow enough, and then sleeping but still in the water. So I haven't seen them come out of the water at all yet. Maybe during the night when I haven't been here they might have come out a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised if they haven't at all, and within the next week we should see them come out. But for now it's a bit of a quiet time in the water. Lots of drinking of milk from mommy. That milk will be very rich as well, so it will develop very quickly. So once it's past these first few days, then it gets strong and it will be able to come out the water. Little grebe just diving constantly as well. Such cute little birds. There it goes. Where's it going to come up? Is it the baby? It is. And the wind getting stronger as the day progresses, coming in from the west, is bringing a little bit of a cold front. It's not a big system, but there is a little bit of rain forecast with this front that's arrived overnight. Hasn't quite set in just yet, but these systems come up from Cape Town. We should be getting a little bit of rain today, later today and tomorrow. Like I say, not big rains though. And so while it's good for the land and for all the plants and the animals, there's not all the animals that enjoy this kind of weather, and especially the ostriches who don't do well in it at all. Too specialized for dry conditions. Now, just spotted them. I'm just trying to see. I think that might be Timby and her calf with, oh no, it's Thandi. I think it's Thandi with Sia and Mtetu. So that's the first time I've seen her today. She was obviously just down on the other side, or she came out the thickets, one of the two. They do that, and they do roam quite a lot, do the rhinos. They always come back. Sometimes I've seen just like for a day, max 2, where we don't see them, and they go off. But they're happily grazing again out in the open. Across from them there are some zebra there as well. To impala. That's my friend Stompy. I like that zebra. I think he's really cool. The other zebra don't seem to like him though. Probably because he's different. Yeah, very peaceful. So Kevin, you want to know about the hippos and giving birth? Well, they normally give birth in the water, in the shallows. So I'm pretty sure that's exactly what's happened here with this particular hippo, because we came out in the morning and suddenly there was the hippo with a baby, and no signs on the side of the water or anything for afterbirth or anything like that. So I'm sure it's all happened in the water. So like we say, it's a real water baby being born in the water and then immediately having to hold its breath and learning how to adapt to life in the water. That's why they sort of do think that hippos are the link between the land and the water mammals. And also in their Latin name, Hippopotamus amphibius, where amphi meaning two and bios lives, so two lives, one in water, one on land. That's all the amphibians, like frogs. And it's very apt for hippos because they generally spend their days in the water and at night then on land grazing. But it doesn't make it easy for us to view them. Very camera shy, but understandable, having such a small little baby. Alrighty, so from our nursing hippopotami, I think it's time to send you on over to a waterhole where they don't even occur.
Yes, Rolf, thank you for pointing that out. Now I'm bleak all over. I was just thinking about it this morning. Apart from Juma, we don't really get hippo action at our water holes. We do get giraffe action though. We just had 5 giraffes here, 2 of them being youngsters. Let me just see if I can show all of you. And of course they were drinking water, as they always do. And this is actually such a wonderful example of their social structures, because all 5 of the giraffe arrived here at the beautiful water hole together. And you can see it's not like as soon as some of them leave, they all immediately follow. It's really, it depends. They literally make and lose friends every single day of their life. Generally, for the most part, the calf will stick with the mother. For me personally, in my experience, giraffes are not great mothers. I've seen one give birth and then straight after carried on with her daily routine, just eat it. And the little one would sort of, we obviously monitored it for a couple of days. And the little one would literally be walking off and wandering off, and the mother wouldn't be paying much attention, not as closely as an elephant, for instance, or something else. So very, very interesting animals when it comes to their motherly instincts and behaviors. But again, this is just from what I've seen. I'm not saying all giraffes. It's just from what I have personally observed with them. But how beautiful is this scene right now in Okokoyo? Clouds are slowly pulling in, unfortunately, but fortunately so for Mother Nature. And hopefully we will get some rain here. Which again, not great for us, but for Mother Nature it will definitely be much needed. So I did try to look for our secretary bird as well. I have not again yet seen it, so I do think it probably wandered off deep into the bush. But how cool was it that we finally saw our first secretary bird here in Okokoyo. As I said, every single day is a first when you are a wildlife enthusiast. Whether it's a question you haven't heard before, whether it's an interaction you haven't seen before, whether it's a new animal in a new location, there's always something. Well, at least there's always something if you look for something. A lot of people will just say, oh well, we didn't see the big five, so we didn't see a lot on safari. But it is so crucial. I know Chris spoke about this earlier this morning on Sunset Safari. It is so crucial, to take note of everything. I'm not saying you have to love everything and enjoy everything on safari, but definitely very crucial to appreciate everything. Because all of these creatures, organisms, all of them are interlocked, not just with each other, but with us as well. And without any of them, we will not be here. And of course you can hear the crows, the lapwings, the cicadas. All of these sounds and everything of the bush is just absolute music to my ears. Sorry about that. My future brother-in-law's actually he's got a very strange sleeping pattern. So he has to have earpods or earbuds in his not earbuds, earpods. Be a bit strange if you sleep with earbuds in your ears. He actually has to have the sound of something in his ears when he's falling asleep. So either, get this, a hairdryer or some sort of weird sound that he can actually fall asleep to. And I often think, I would much rather fall asleep to the sound of, like we are hearing now, cicadas or birds, except for Harida. Even the crows I'm not too fond of, I'm not going to lie. But just something like that. I don't know how you guys feel. Please let me know. If you could live out in the bush, or if you could have one of these animals or insects or whatever it is, if you could have it recorded and just fall asleep to that, what would it be? Would it be the roar of a lion? Perhaps the screaming of a jackal? A woodlands kingfisher, perhaps? I think that might be a bit distracting. Not for me, I'm just speaking in general. I'm dead when I'm asleep, so I can literally listen to anything. But let me know what animal you would like to, or what bush noise you would like to fall asleep to. Is it a bird? Is it an insect? Is it a predator? Come on, zebras, do you have your baby with you? I do not think you guys understand how badly I want to see that zebra. That tiny foal we saw the other day. I feel like I'm scanning a bunch of barcodes right now. It's sort of confusing actually when you try to single out one amongst all of them. And that again just shows you how well they camouflage and protect one another. That one zebra looks like a statue on that cement block. It's got its own pedestal. Da, 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 da. White mane, I'm yet to figure that out with you, or find that out with you. If it ever goes green. I do think, to some extent, the vegetation at the back that we see, that does, of course, go green. But, as I say, I've been pleasantly surprised with Mashatu, which I also thought, for the most part, apart from the trees and the bushes and the shrubs, is just very bare and... I don't know what the English word, barren. But I don't think so. What we are looking at now, I don't think so. And that is merely because of the sort of biome you would also find here. This is not the bushveld biome like we see, for instance, in Djuma. This is very dry and arid, which is why a lot of animals will occur here as opposed to Greater Kruger or Botswana, for instance. So like the oryx we see, like the springbok, and again, I'm not generalizing and say they don't occur at all in some places. Just in general, you're more likely to see those sort of animals in this sort of habitat and landscape. So no, and to be honest with you, I'm going to be very, very, very straight with you. When I first saw Okukuyo as one of our locations, I was not very impressed because I was like, how can anything survive here? But they really do. And, we've had some impeccable sightings here. And that again just shows us how adaptable animals are and how well they just completely fit in. Because it really is fit in or voetsak. And for those of you that don't know, voetsak is an Afrikaans word that means go away. And now that I'm thinking about it, it's probably a rude word. It's not a swear word, but it's not. Don't say that to a friend. But I think with the animals, that really is the motto. If you don't adapt, if you don't fit in, if you don't just sort of survive and do what you need to survive, you are going to perish, whether it's by the claws of a predator, whether it's by natural circumstances. I remember one year on my very first reserve I guided on, there was, I think we had a solid 2 weeks of straight rain every single day for 2 weeks strong. And a lot of the kudus actually, very, very interesting enough, some of the impalas, but funny enough, a lot of the kudus passed away. And we actually, had some necropsies done because that had never happened before. And the vet told us it's because of the cold. Some of them couldn't sustain it and couldn't handle it. Where others again, as I say, some impalas survived where some kudus didn't. And a kudu, of course, is a much stronger, much bigger antelope as an impala. So it really is all about fit in or perish out here. You really do have to just make it work, I guess. Same with like the lions we saw the other day. I want to hunt here. Because if you do make a kill, where do you take it? There's only so much shade. And of course, you know, with lions, with leopards, they love to rather hide their food. Otherwise, hyenas, jackals, vultures will come and badger them for it. So for me personally, I wouldn't want to be an animal out here. But that being said, the longer I've spent time at Okokoyo and just gotten to know this location and the various animals and the various patterns, it's just become such, I don't know, such a close place in my heart. And I haven't even been here personally. I'm yet to go. That is still happening within the next year. But definitely so incredible when you look at all of this. For instance, as a secretary bird that we saw earlier, I wouldn't want to hunt out here. Where are you going to find a snake or insects or anything? And yet, again, somehow they do. And somehow all of these animals do survive and they do feed. And they do reproduce, obviously. So it truly is incredible. We've got so much to learn from animals. Just want to take a further look away, because as we've seen many times on the game path behind the zebras, sometimes we do have some animals approaching. Jason, you're saying the sound that you would like to fall asleep to would be elephants munching. Jeez. As I say, I wouldn't mind, because I'm literally, I die when I sleep. So, and I'm revived every morning. So, I mean, I wouldn't mind, but I'm just thinking, I know a lot of people, you know, have issues with someone chewing very loudly, and I know if you are very close to an elephant and you hear that chewing, it can be quite an annoying sound. So, but that's an interesting one. Thank you for your inputs. I would love to hear what the rest of you say. If you could fall asleep to any animal noise, what would it be? Would it be lions roaring? Would it be a bird call, African fish eagle perhaps? Would it be, ooh, that's a good one, elephant rumbling. I just thought of, you know, what other animal noises are very iconic, and I think an elephant rumble would be nice. No, that's a negative. My very funny director is whispering in my ear, perhaps a hardy-doll would be beautiful to fall asleep. No. I'm dead when I sleep, but even that will... No, it's a no from me. And again, I love all animals, but I do not have to like all of them.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
It's like he heard me and he was like, oh, let me just shush this woman before she cries today. Yay! So we have now had elephants officially, well, elephants, including Kevin's, on Escape to Nature today. Beautiful big bull. I do believe it's one of those that we see frequently. One of those 3. And again, there's so much we do not know about this elephant right now. How far did it travel to come to this water now? How thirsty is it? Is it the first time coming to this water hole today? Or has it already been here this morning? That's why I always say we can research as much as we like. We can observe as much as we like. But if we are not constantly with those animals, following them 24/7, then we will not know. And even then, you know, if something happens, we do not speak animal. We do not understand what goes on in their minds. Definitely a treat. But yes, I think that's what I would like to fall asleep to. Elephants rumbling or elephants drinking water. I love lions roaring though, and I'm gonna sound like a spoiled naturalist when I say this, but many a times lions have actually kept me awake at night due to roaring, because they loved hanging around right outside our lodge. And we did not have a fence around our lodge, so sometimes, you know, you would, without realizing, you go out and the next thing you know, there's a couple of lions not too far away from you. Oh, or just the splashing sound, that would be wonderful to fall asleep to as well. Just quickly close your eyes and just listen. How peaceful is that, right? Just listening to that splashing And he's having the time of his life. He doesn't even realize that we're appreciating him and enjoying him in all his glory and just absolute majesty. What are you doing? Funny elephant. Oh, you can see he's really just enjoying getting rid of all the excess mud and anything that might be on him that is still annoying him. But hopefully he sticks around. Hopefully he calls his friends. I will send out some emails now to his friends. Just want to have a chat with him quickly. But while I do so, let us see what is happening in Wadikwe with Kevin and BK.
It's gone a little bit quiet here at the wetlands at Jackie's Tree Lodge. But there's now a beautiful cool breeze blowing, which both BK and myself are really enjoying. There in the distance in the background you will see a tree line. Now the whole wetlands here are surrounded by quite a big forest of Tamboti trees. Not those two big ones there at the back. Those two are two leadwoods, and there where BK. There's a nice example. Right, coming up. Yes. Tamboti. Spirostrachus africana. There's a tongue twister. Try that at home. Spirostrachus africana. As you can see, characterized by that very straight trunk. And they've got this dark, rough bark to them. Now, loosely translated, Tamboti means spirally arranged African tree. That is literally translated. And what that actually means, that spirally arranged actually refers to the spiral manner in which the flower grows. Now, if you have to pick a leaf from a tambuti, a leaflet, can I say, very small leaves, and you press it, you'll see there is a white milky latex. Now that milky latex contains the chemical compound, or very poisonous chemical compound, shall I say, of strychnine. That can be harmful to humans. Now, there are a few animals that will actually browse on tambuti. Elephants, if they really have to, it's not one of their favorite food sources, but kudu will browse it. But strangely enough, it's a specific favorite of black rhino. Also of porcupines. Porcupines will love gnawing on the bark. And you will very often see tambuti trees at the base of the trunk. If you see gnaw marks there, it would be porcupine eating on the bark. Now, because of it being poisonous to humans, you'll make a very big mistake if you want to have a barbecue, or like we call in South Africa, a braai, if you use tambuti wood for your coals. That will not only spoil the flavor of your meat, but an hour or two later you will get a nasty surprise with diarrhea and headache. And many of the first settlers couldn't figure that out why they got sick. So these early settlers couldn't figure out why they got stomach problems, and it was because they were roasting the meat on the wood from a tambuti. But it's not all bad. You can actually use tambuti. As we're looking at this wetlands, if you throw tambuti leaves into the water there, it will poison the fish. So if you're really hard up and starving, as a traditional hunting method, you can use the tambuti branches to poison water sources, which means the fish will then float to the surface. And also used on poison arrows. For traditional hunting methods using bow and arrow, they will make a concoction out of the milky latex from a tambuti and use that on their arrowheads. There's one lone zebra walking on the left there, BK. You see him there in that tambuti grove. There we go. He's just behind those bushes, I think. There he comes. So, of course, this time of the day, it is warming up quite nicely. We're going to peak around about 34 degrees today, and all the animals will be in the shade. How beautiful is that zebra walking in that Tamputi Grove? And off he goes. Here in the middle, those large trees that you see there, a little bit to the right there, BK, right ahead of us here, you're looking at some beautiful leadwoods as well. It's not always the animals, the birds that we look at. Nature is fascinating, and it's fascinating to look at trees and grass and all the things that Mother Nature has to offer. You see how shiny those leaves are? If you look at a leadwood from a distance, it's sometimes your first impression. Jenny, the one we are looking at. How's your timing? Thank you for your question. Yes, my favorite trees are definitely leadwoods. From a distance, you'll see those shiny leaves that actually stands out quite a bit. Now, Jenny, leadwoods, as the name suggests, are extremely dense. The wood is one of the densest woods you will find here, the heaviest, hence the name. And they've actually calculated that 1 cubic meter of leadwood wood weighs about 1.3 tons. If you put a circular saw to it to try and cut it, it actually gives off sparks, believe it or not. And because it's such a hardy wood, it's termite resistant, it is, or it was popular for furniture making. Back in the day, you know, on your railroad tracks, those sleepers that lie across, on which you attach the railroad tracks, they were all from leadwood, popular for furniture, and overutilized as firewood. Because you can have a barbecue tonight, and I promise you tomorrow morning you can just scrape those coals open, blow on it a bit, and you can boil your coffee still. That is how they retain the heat. So they were very overutilized. And luckily, it's now against the law to either cut or trade in leadwood. It is now a protected species. If you have to throw a piece of the leadwood trunk into the water there, it will actually sink. That's how heavy it is. Few clouds building up there on the western horizon at BK, although the forecast didn't say that we are expecting rain. The best weather forecast is always to look for yourself. But I'm very certain, or I'm keeping my fingers crossed, that we're going to have a clear and sunny afternoon for you without any rain interruptions. I am searching for the resonant crocodiles here at the wetlands, but I've had no luck today. Ralph has got some feathery, there's a tongue twister for me, long-legged birds over there in Kariga, so let's cross to him.
Well, I've just had a blue wildebeest come grazing towards me, so I'm watching that. And you can see now it's still quite grey here in the Kariga Game Reserve. Lots of cloud cover, no rain as of yet, quite a bit of wind, but life goes on. And the animals, as with the humans, we get used to living in these windy conditions. Port Elizabeth, or Gqeberha, is also known as the Windy City. Yeah, sorry buddy, am I talking too loud? I can't eat while I speak. No, so yes, everybody gets used to it. And you plan your days around the wind sometimes. See if he pops out the other side there. That's why we often also say that you can tell when people are out of town, when they go to the beach, when it's very windy, because they're on holiday and they have to go. Whereas the locals, we only go to the beach when it's a good day. It's not always windy though, it's just periods, like now this sort of time of the year we do have a lot of wind. He's not coming out. Anyway, we'll leave him for now. Do you have some other animals that are around, not too close? What do we have there? That's that same ram that's always in that spot. Blesbok ram. And it's the time of the year when they hang their heads low like that as well, because the flies are starting to infiltrate. Looks like he's got an itchy ear as well. Quite dexterous with that foot. On point. So, Pamela, yeah, they are pretty much creatures of habit, aren't they? We find the buffalo, the rhino, always going and doing similar things. They sort of do it in a roundabout routine, and that's why once you spend a bit of time in one spot, you start to see what the animals' routines are, and then you can almost judge what they're going to do next. Let's leave our sleepy Blesbok. That area over there, just behind the ostrich, is where that wallow is. As you can see, and as I predicted, no wallowing today. It's just a bit too chilly. It's not cold, it's just a bit chilly. The wind is cool, not cold, but and being overcast, yeah. Shots of an ostrich. So shame, yeah, I think the ostriches may have just hit the timing wrong in terms of the rain that we had. I hope not too many little chicks succumb to that wetness and the cold, but I have a feeling that those first two that I saw are no longer alive. Shame. Maybe I'm wrong though. Maybe they're still somewhere else. And we'll see them and maybe see some new arrivals. We should be seeing them now. So that's why I'm starting to be a bit skeptical that there are any that have survived. And most of the ostriches also disappeared for a few days. It was like they were attending to youngsters, and then they all returned sans babies. So I wonder. That cormorant, who I've seen catch a lot of frogs, lots and lots of frogs, and swallow them down. So I think it's a good choice to be here at the Scotia Dam for this particular cormorant. At some stage I'm sure it will return to the Kariega River and then take on more of a fishing hunter. More so for actual fish. But for now, it's good for him. He's getting lots of food here. He's really powering through this grass and algae, and they never stop the whole day. Zhup. Um, predators of cormorants. I would have to say it's probably. Where's he gone now? Oh, it popped out on the other side. Probably when they're young. I have to catch up with him, jeepers. He moved quite far. The Cape Clawless otter. I'm thinking what else. Could even be sharks. You know, we do get bull sharks and sometimes even bronze whaler sharks coming up the rivers. And in the Eastern Cape here, it's known, you know, the bull sharks do venture up the rivers, but they're quite shy when they do come up the rivers. It's not known for them to attack people or anything like that. I think because they're more enclosed, they are quite nervous, but they would if it's quiet and there's no boats around or anything, they would definitely go on the hunt. Potentially take cormorants, but other than that I can't think of much else that will predate on them. Obviously the eggs and things will always be vulnerable to the likes of water monitor lizards. But as adults, there's not too many predators except for when they're actually swimming in the water chasing fish, and that's when they could fall prey to sharks and maybe the otters. Having a look for a hippo and baby. Really terrible colors for photography today. Everything's just grey. No real contrasts. This baby really is spending a lot of time underwater. Anyway, pretty quiet there. Let's have a look here at the little nest. I think that little grebe is definitely dealing with a couple of little chicks, but it's not the best view from here, and yeah, as I say, quite grey, and the colours aren't really popping today for photography, so we'll just have to wait and see if the sun pokes through. Anyway, while I wait for the sun to poke through, I'm sure the sun is out in Djuma.
Sorry about that. Not sure what you heard and what you did not hear. But I was just saying, Rolf, we do not have a perfect blue sky. However, it is sunny here in Djuma. So one of our zoomies did find our brown snake eagle again. And he's literally still just chilling. Just taking things easy. He's been preening a lot, making sure he looks very, 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 very beautiful, as we see birds often doing. But yes, he's literally been just taking it easy. Of course, you know, we've been looking for him earlier on. Him or she, I'm not sure what it is. But yes, then one of our zoomies just said he's back. So pretty cool. And of course, you can see still very hot. Just has the beak open. Trying to get rid of all that heat. And it is still seemingly heating up here in Djuma. So hopefully that pushes a lot of the water to the animals. A lot of the animals to the water. We do not need a tsunami in Djuma. But yes, our zebras and impalas from earlier on have disappeared deeper into the bush. Of course, going for some shelter. Just huddling for some shade. Just want to see what he's going to do. So this truly was a brilliant spot from our zoomie. Hello, waterbuck, or African reindeer as I like to refer to them. So as you can see, it is a beautiful day, but there is a little bit of cloudiness or haziness in the actual sky, which is why we're not getting that prominent blue color. We've got a little bit of a battle going on between these two beautiful males, and this truly is one of the most fascinating antelopes, for myself at least. Them as well as the kuru, but I love waterbucks. I love their behavior, I love their defense mechanisms, and then I love the horns on the males. And of course, what's not to love about their toilet seat behinds? so fluffy. It looks like some other majestical creature out of a movie like Narnia or something like that. They truly do seem like they belong, I don't know, like in a magical scene or something like that. Just want to see if our eagle is still around. Yes, indeed, it seems that way. I'm honestly truly amazed by this eagle. He's just been chilling in the sun. You can see he's hot. Of course, he's just probably waiting for his chance to make a kill. But I've honestly never seen a more chilled out eagle. Just want to take another look around and see if anything else is around here at Gowrie Dam. Op die damkamera. You can hear a lot of oxpeckers around. Shame this one off to our left seems to have a bit of a shorter tail. The one that is facing us right now. Impalas, where are your babies? I demand babies. Jeez, this one off to our left is rather large. You can have your baby. We are here for you. And of course it was just below this massive tree that is now providing the shade for the animals that we saw some rather strange interactions from the monkeys today, the vervet monkeys. There was some behind kissing. And then there was also some behind licking. Which actually has very different meanings now that I think about it in Afrikaans. So in Afrikaans you would say gat lek, which means you have to sort of like beg someone to do something, like whether it's to wash the dishes, for instance, or something like that. You would say, ek gaan nie heeltyd jou gat lek nie. But then also, as you would know, behind kissing, and I say behind, you know, for lack of a better word, rear kissing, as we all know it, is when you're trying to butter someone up. But yes, the monkeys gave us quite the show today of both those meanings. While they were grooming each other and cleaning each other, it was rather disgusting at one point, I'm not gonna lie. I was a little weirded out. Oh, this impala is very, very, very large. And it's quite odd when you look at them. You can actually see their ribs, but you can see they are massive. And so, of course, being pregnant, they are also not malnutritioned when you see the ribs. It's just the anatomy of a female impala when she is in fact pregnant during this time of the year, when she's ready to give birth. And luckily there's a lot of green lush food around for them to feed from. But hopefully one of these days, I'm not only hoping that we will see baby animals, I'm being very, very cheeky and very greedy and hoping that we will be able to put a live birth on one of the dam cams as well. How incredible would that be? Just look at that, such a petite animal. But just because they are now bearing offspring, you can really see the difference in their size. Oh, I'm so excited. Can't wait. Well, I'm just going to have a cheeky chat with these impala and just perhaps ask them if they would like to do it in the last few minutes of Escape to Nature. I'm not sure if it's perhaps this male waterbuck that is putting them off from having their babies right now. But while I do that, I'm going to send you back to Kevin, who is in Madikwe, apparently with something interesting.
We are looking at this brandy bush, but there's a reason, because there was a blacksmith lapwing that literally walked in behind that brandy bush 10 seconds ago. sure he or she will pop out. Come on, little one. You're on camera. There's people wanting to see you. And while we wait, that's a brandy bush. It actually makes a very sweet berry. Very sweet tasting. And, you know, you couldn't just pop out to your local corner shop for your favorite alcoholic beverage back in the day, so people had to make a plan. And those berries were used to either brew beer or, as the name suggests, brandy. Hey, hello, you're making your appearance at long last. I'm a bit camera shy. Come. Let's see if he or she overcomes its shyness. This resident pair already had their first brood. For those of you that watched our animal baby bingo last Saturday, you will remember that we saw that little downy brown blacksmith lapwing chick. That was my only sticker on the board for the day. I had a good look this morning, but I couldn't see it. Now, because they had their chicks so early on in the season, there's a very strong possibility that they will probably have another brood.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
Or maybe they were just away, fetching some more twigs of grass. Weavers being polygamous, and that means one male will have up to 2 or 3 females at any given time, which is building nests for, trying to impress, or they might even have eggs or chicks already. But he never stops the process. He will continually try to attract more females. And continue his tireless nest building. A lot of dynamics going on there as well. You can watch them for hours, very often competing males. When the one flies off to go and collect more grass, I've seen it happen so many times that the neighbor will actually just fly over to the newly built nest and just steal the grass twigs from his neighbor's nest, saving energy. He doesn't need to fly far, he just goes and steals it. And sometimes they are just vandals. You'll see the one male fly off, other one keeping an eye on him, hopping over to his nest and they start pulling the nest apart. To Jade and everybody that joined us over the past few hours, it was an absolute privilege. Be sure to stick around because Penguin Beach is coming up straight afterwards. We're going to enjoy these last few minutes looking at our weavers. And to all my fellow naturalists, Ralph and Kariga, Lisa, you there in Ukukuyu, thank you for a great morning. And until you join us again on Escape to Nature, have a great afternoon and enjoy the sunset safari.